call this meeting to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to come to our meeting. And we will start with the approval of the minutes of the past commissioner meetings.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Walsh.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Byer. All those in favor of approval of the past commission minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, next is the commissioner expenses. Is there any questions? Someone like to make a motion for approval?
So moved. Second.
Okay, second, Commissioner Lane. All right, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we're gonna do commissioner reports, and I'm gonna start with Commissioner Tabor. I would start with Commissioner Lane, but I'll let you see what the reports are like before I call on you.
Good morning, Pat Tabor. Now the Region 1 representative, so we're no longer in districts, we're in regions. Region 1 has had a very successful run at gaining quite a bit of public access. And so in addition to a couple of the items that are in front of the commission for final approval today, I think most people understand that when Plum Creek sold out to Weyerhaeuser, and then Weyerhaeuser took over very shortly after that, Weyerhaeuser split up a lot of the land that's primarily in Regions 1 and portions of Region 2 to a variety of different other landowners. So instead of dealing with one colossal company, Region 1 is now dealing with as many as I think it is 8 or 10. And the staff up there has been working really, really diligently to try to retain the access that historically had always been utilized by folks that were hunting the historical Plum Creek land. And pleased to say that through, the regional supervisor, Jim Williams, and his staff, they've secured a number of block management agreements. The Region 1 isn't a region you tend to think about for block management just because there's so much public land up there, but they've achieved some pretty remarkable access agreements with some of these new landowners. And so I want to give hats off to the staff of Region 1 for all the hard work they're doing trying to gain access for public hunters. That's all my report right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tabor. Commissioner Byer.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning. Seems like it's become tradition that I end up memorializing some friends and colleagues that passed since our last meeting. And there's two gentlemen in particular that I'd like to point out. The first is Brad Shepard. And Brad was I think 35-year veteran of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks as a fisheries biologist. And he really was kind of the top of the heap. He was a hard-working, he'd work hard in the field, work hard at the data analysis. He was just kind of an all-around great guy. And his passion was conserving native species, especially what he called his cuddy buddies. And so I was honored to work with him over the years, Brad Shepard. And then the second one was Murphy Fox, and Murphy was my brother-in-law. And back when I first met him, he was touring the state for the I&E division, telling stories about Montana's heritage. And he was always a great storyteller and kind of a songwriter and thinker, and we'll miss him dearly. So I wanted to honor Murphy's memory as well. As far as business goes, I shortly after our last August meeting, I went to our Region 3 CAC meeting, and there was a lot of uncertainty just over how the CACs were going to work through this season setting process. And unfortunately, last night I missed the CAC just to hear the results. Went to the Madison Work Group meeting chaired by Commissioner Walsh. and they're moving things forward. Attended the fisheries division up in Great Falls. They had a communications workshop, and I was honored to speak to them and enjoy their company for an evening. And finally, I've been working with a group of people down in the Paradise Valley to secure both a new fishing access site at mile mark 26. It's actually new in the sense that it's been informally used for many, many years in the reach of the Yellowstone River. Working with a group on Safe Passages, Montana, who's concerned with wildlife crossings, and they put together quite a panel of landowners and conservationists, all trying to improve public access to the river, but also to take care of reduce some wildlife collisions. So that's pretty much the work. And of course, the hunting season's on, and I've enjoyed the fruits of our hard work, and hope everybody's been out and enjoying it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
I'm Casey Walsh. I'm the commissioner from Region 4. And I want to thank anyone who's listening who's a citizen of Region 4 who provided feedback. I got lots of email this past period and lots of phone calls, and most of it centered on the crossbow topic that we're going to be discussing here in a few minutes. I would say a great preponderance of that feedback, or all of it, was mostly against allowing the use of crossbows during archery season for any reason. We received also some positive feedback on potential changes that the department's considering to hunting regulations in the future, and I believe we'll be discussing that in more detail at the December meeting. I chaired 2 of the meetings of the Madison River Work Group. Happy to report that we're making progress, and those have been productive sessions. I'm really pleased with the membership of the work group. I see Mike Bias here this morning, who's a member of that group and has contributed importantly to our work. We'll be making a recommendation this morning to the commission as a result of our first few meetings. We also had a session on fishing access sites along the Madison, which has been a topic in survey results, maybe the #1 topic for social crowding issues. And I believe we're making progress with the department on improvement to fishing access sites on the Upper Madison. During our last meeting, I think it's important to note that we had a productive discussion about changing the fishing regulations on the Upper Madison. And there's real interest with many members of the public. There was voiced in feedback that the department received to see more restrictive and conservation-minded fishing regs on the Madison, given the amount of pressure that the river receives. We decided, however, to wait until we received the latest shocking results, and also to meet with a few biologists who are closer to the topic. We'll be making those recommendations for the 2023 season. Thanks again to all of you who provided feedback.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian Siegel, I'm the Commissioner representing Region 5 Billings, and I'm excited to report opening weekend some pretty interesting numbers coming out of Region 5 from a hunting perspective. And in general, most of the 4 check stations in Region 5, just about all of them, except for one, were down in hunter numbers. So I think there may be a trend across the state. But the good news was in Region 5 is that the percentage of hunters with game actually went up considerably over 2019. We didn't have check stations in 2020. So interesting dynamics. The weather was, as everyone knows, was a little too nice for opening weekend compared to what we're used to. But exciting to see that a lot of people that did venture out on opening day and opening weekend did come back with games. So those numbers were up across the board. So excited about that. Probably the other biggest thing that's happening right now in Region 5 is the discussions and the ongoing comments, which I really appreciate from the public regarding the proposed season changes and district changes. There's some very significant hunting district change and boundary changes that have been proposed so far by the department. We'll be going into that process, I believe, in our next meeting and through February. So I appreciate the comments and I welcome the comments from people in Region 5 and others that hunt in those areas, and we'll look forward to getting your perspective on the proposed changes from the department. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to welcome Commissioner Lane to the Fish and Wildlife Commission. As you guys all know, we have 7 commissioners now. Commissioner Waller wasn't able to attend, and after Commissioner Lane does his update, I have just a short message from Commissioner Waller also, but welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for allowing me to be a part of this process. I'll just give a quick bio on what's happening over in Region 7. Most of the district has received good precipitation here in the last couple of storms, which has allowed for a nice green up, and the deer and antelope are definitely taking advantage of it and creating stores for the winter. We've also engaged in the regulation simplification process, and we will continue to do so throughout the fall and winter months. And with the input of the public, we encourage it, and we look forward to more of it. As the general season opened last week, we have seen at check stations the animals are on average to good health, and that there was a good harvest during the opening weekend. Overall, hunters they seem to be happy to be out in the field again this year. There have been some scattered reports of EHD in the whitetail in Region 7. Overall, though, the Fish, Wildlife, and Park staff indicate that there's low occurrences within normal parameters. So that's good to hear. And with the recent cold weather, it should hopefully curtail any further problems with that. And then one last thing is bird hunters are finding good prairie grouse populations, but very few pheasant populations. So we, at this point, are attributing that to the drought, and hopefully we're on the tail end of this drought and we can see these numbers start to increase again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will read Commissioner Jana Waller, like I said, had a previous commitment when she was appointed, so she will not be at this meeting, but she sent me this message. It's an honor to get the opportunity to represent Region 2 and work closely with the other commissioners, biologists, FWP staff, and residents of Region 2 and Montana. When I accepted the appointment, I knew I'd missed the October 28th meeting due to a very special combat veteran hunt that I'm hosting in Wyoming. I apologize for my absence, but we'll be catching up to speed and look forward to working with all of you in the coming weeks and months. All right, and I will give a short Region 6 update. I just want to remind everyone too that we are by regions, not districts anymore, so our emails have all changed. If you email us, you will get a response with our correct emails, but it's just a reminder that things have changed with the 2 additional commissioners. Region 6 has a little bit bigger problem with EHD, and in response to, it's mainly on the eastern half of Region 6 in the river bottom habitats, and the surplus whitetail bee licenses have been reduced by 2,000 to help with that. Bovine tuberculosis has been detected in cattle herd in Blaine County, and the Department of Livestock and the FWP are working together to sample wildlife to make sure that there is not TB in the wildlife. The goldfish removal project that the commission approved a while back has been done, and it was successful. This was a good year to do it because the water levels were so low. Anglers are concerned about the declining Fort Peck Reservoir levels, and the levels are currently 2,227 feet, and that is 10 feet below the same time in 2020 and 14 feet below what the 2019 levels are. Crooked Creek boat ramp became unusable in midsummer due to declining water levels. And this ramp is vitally important for the Lewistown and Billings anglers. Due to low water levels and to excessive heat, the biologists expect to see winter kill in a number of ponds across the region. And as a result, the staff is preparing for wild fish transfers next spring to restock these ponds and hopefully we'll have moisture to fill those ponds. I know in our area, our reservoirs are very, very dry. Not sure that I've seen them at the levels they are now. So hopefully we'll be getting some moisture to refill those reservoirs and get some fish restocked. And that's the end of my report. And I will turn it over to the director for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hank Warsick, Director. And I'll start out by saying last month we went on a tour, the DO staff, we went across the state, visited all 7 regions, and it was very interesting and informative. We talked to the public at night, open door meeting, and talked about any topics they wanted to, and then the next day dealt with staff. So we covered about 4,200 miles in about 3 weeks, and it was very interesting and informative for me because I realized a lot of passion throughout the state, which I appreciate. And it depends, the topics change drastically depending on where you're at. So I plan on doing those at least once a year, hopefully twice a year, to go out and see what's really going on with people and talking to them. And that kind of lays into this with the public comments coming in with the season setting. The reason I set the season setting up that way is the whole time I worked in licensing, the constant thing I heard was our regulations are too complex. You can't figure it out. So I'd been with a group before to try to get them simplified. So when I took over, that was one of the charges I wanted to do, is work on that and put it to bed to find out what we really need to have done for our regulations. Are they too complex, or are they right? And with complexity and with opportunity comes some complexity. So trying to find that balance. So actually what's going on right now is I've asked the biologist to look at it. What do the biological needs say? What should we do? Then bring in the social aspects, talking to people. We're going to meet on Monday. That's all been put together, go over it, and then we'll make recommendations to the commission. And that once again to go through the public comment process. So this is actually giving people more opportunity to comment than we've had in the past. And I know it's a little confusing, but I think we'll continue doing it this way from now on, because it gives you almost like a 2-step process. One thing I do want to add for point of clarification is on the wolf regulations. It says that we have a combination of 10. That should be 10 and 10. 10 for hunting, rifle or whatever, and then 10 for trapping. So a total of 20. So I just wanted to put that in there. And that's about all I have. But I think I'll refer, Quentin does have a couple things he would like to add. Go ahead.
Thank you, Director. Chair, with your tolerance, just on the heels of the director's comments about the season setting process that has been ongoing and will continue ultimately to a final adoption by the commission in February. And in that process, across a couple of different topics, we've asked for clarification from one party or another as to how exactly the public can engage the commission on season setting or any other topic that's within the commission's authority. And so in the immediate future, to address that, to address those questions in the immediate future, the immediate future right now means December. Biggest piece of that agenda will be all of the seasons for the hunted species for the next 2 years. And we will be augmenting our information on the commission's website to clarify further just exactly how the public can engage, making it clear, for example, that it's not just the changes that are up for discussion and adoption, but also the proposals for the maintained status quo and anything else that's not overtly and specifically identified in the individual proposals. And then further on beyond that, we'll also be refining process to make it clear that those kind of opportunities to submit something to the commission for something to be ruminated on, considered, aren't tied simply to a December commission meeting, but rather are there throughout the commission's business as it flows across the calendar year. Director, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will go ahead and get started with our agenda. I will call to the podium Ms. Doctor to give us to open with the crossbow accommodation requests.
Good morning, members of the commission, director's office, and audience. My name is Becky Doctor. I'm chief legal counsel for the department, and I also serve as the commission's counsel for each of your meetings and in between. I'm here today on the very first item, which is kind of unique and for me. We have before us a request by individuals to accommodate their need for a crossbow during the archery-only season in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, known as the ADA. Their request was to use a crossbow for this past archery-only season, but because there's currently no permit to allow crossbow during any archery-only season, and in fact, it's specifically prohibited by the commission through regulation, they were denied the use of a crossbow by the department for this past season. Their request continues though, and their request an accommodation from now on for archery-only seasons into the future. This commission is being asked specifically to respond to those 4 individual requests, but also the department would ask that you would consider that if you do grant those requests, other similar requests would likely be before you in this similar fashion, and your option is to address those in a programmatic fashion if indeed you are inclined to grant the requests. In that vein, you would be asked to define under what circumstances a crossbow would be used and under what time frame and during what seasons. So I'd like to just give you a history of requests for accommodation that the department has received in the past, how we've responded to those, how we, including the commission, has responded to those, options for your response, and then the department's commitment to address, no matter what the decision is, requests or to address requests such as these in the future. Historically, requests have come to the department, sometimes through licensing, sometimes through the Communication Education Division. And over the years, they've been handled by a denial because of the commission's passing of a regulation that denied the use of crossbows during the archery only season. There is an allowance to use crossbows during the general rifle season, and even now during the shoulder seasons, which sometimes run at the same time as the archery only season. But at the same time, there was a creation of the crossbow prohibition. There was also creation of the permit to modify archery equipment. That permit allows a person with a disability, and I'm quoting it, to use modified archery tackle that supports the bow and draws, holds, and releases the string to accommodate the individual disability. So you can see it's not prescriptive. It does not require one particular modification. It is open to, with very few limitations, it's open to modification of archery tackle in a way that allows and accommodates the individual disabilities. In addition, that permit to modify archery equipment requires a companion to help assist a person hunting, to include bow setup, dressing and transporting killed game animals, and even requires the companion to pursue a game animal if it's wounded and a permittee can't go get the animal themselves. So that is the way in which the department has been addressing these requests for accommodation, including crossbow, and we have denied crossbow use in the past. The current requests, your documents include information in detail about the particular needs of these 4 individuals and the concerns that the permit to modify archery equipment does not accommodate their individual needs. I'm not going to go through those. I understand at least, I know Colonel Gardapi right here is here. He's one of them. I've seen Senator Molnar here. He's another that is one of the individual requests. David Helmers was last minute allowed to be on Zoom because he planned to be here and he had some reason he couldn't be here. And then the final, Mr. Bruno Freya, he couldn't be here because he had an emergency in Missoula and couldn't make it at all. Counsel for these 4 individuals are also here and would like to address the commission as well. And so I need not go through anything further on their behalf. One question I suspect the commission will have is how do we respond to these folks? And more programmatically, the department does not have a recommendation on how to do, on which way to go to present to you, but your authority is not affected by the litigation that was filed by the plaintiffs. In federal district court, your authority is broad, it's statutory, it's allowed for you to make a decision to either deny the requests altogether and keep the status quo, all the way to the allowance of crossbow use during the archery season for everyone and anyone. That's how broad your authority is. There's lots of options in between, obviously. And so you have the ability to respond in any way. You received a letter from plaintiffs' counsel, and I'll allow them to address their perspectives on that. But I did want to respond in particular to one claim that I misled you in providing you the order to you. I think it's self-explanatory when you read the order, but the order itself is a preliminary injunction order. It's ordered just to address the first phase of the litigation. It does not dispositively decide the case. That being said, there was a requirement in order to be granted that order, and it was not, it was denied, as you know. But in order to be granted that order, the plaintiffs had to be likely to succeed on the merits of that case. And the judge decided they were not likely to succeed on the merits of that case. Now you would hear, you'll hear some information and saw it in the letter about why that was, because it was such a preliminary stage. But the reason I mentioned it here to you is to assure you that the decision itself does not affect your authority here. I don't think you are required to decide one way or the other, and that's an important thing for you to understand here. Finally, the department through this process has committed to bring before this commission, regardless of the decision, a rule on the permit to modify archery equipment. And instead of it appearing in regulations that are passed every year, they would be in an administrative rulemaking process that would go through a public process for adoption. In addition, an employee that I actually supervise, her name is Quinn Kuka, has been asked to dedicate some of her time to being a liaison to people who get a permit to modify archery equipment in order to be someone who can help people get what they need and help them understand that the breadth of your ability to modify your archery tackle is wide and is intended to be accommodating. So despite what you decide here today, that's at minimum what the department will bring before you in the future. We will also bring before you any other information you'd like to see. If you'd like to develop something programmatically on this, we can gather that information. There is a lot of information across the country about different states and how they've done it. And it varies anywhere from completely denying it, like Montana, during the archery only season, all the way to allowing it for anybody who qualifies with a disability. And so it's very broad.
So can I just ask for a clarification? So we're on the agenda, we are just speaking to the requests. We are not speaking to a possible new rule, or that will come at a later date, correct?
Chair Robinson, that's correct. The motion before you is specifically for these 4 individuals. But if there is a direction from the commission to the department to develop something more programmatically, certainly you can discuss that here today and direct the department so that we know from the commission what it is you'd like to see. So that is yes and.
Thank you.
So that's all I have for a presentation. Finally, just a reminder, as Chair Robinson has already mentioned, that your motion would be for a response to the 4 individuals. And then just a reminder that there are at least 3 of them that would like to address the commission, and then their counsel as well. And then this should be open to public comment as well.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I will start with council and then we can go with the individuals.
Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Bruce Frederickson. I am an attorney with Rocky Mountain Law Partners in Kalispell, and I am one of the lawyers for the plaintiffs and apparently the applicants in this case. I will start.
Yep. Could I ask you just to move your, yep, thank you.
I can hear myself just well. But I'm not the one who needs to listen to me. My presence here today, I'm not here to pose a threat, although that may be the perception. I'm here simply to ask you all to do the right thing. I'm going to start, though, with responding a bit to Ms. Dockler. This commission does, and in fact, I think there's a bit of a misconception as to what this commission is meeting here today to do. The commission does, in fact, have the power today to make a motion to change the rules. That's within your power, and I would urge you to do that. My point in being here today is simply to ask this commission to do the right thing. To do the right thing, regardless of litigation that's ongoing and that will continue to be ongoing. That will continue to be ongoing unless these rules are changed. An accommodation for these 4 plaintiffs today will not stop the litigation. Because the litigation is aimed at these 4 and others who are similarly situated. Hunting, as you all know, is sacrosanct in Montana. It's protected by our state constitution, unlike many other states. Unlike many other states. The vast, vast majority of states in this country, 47, I believe, I may even be short with that number, have made the accommodation that these 4 individuals have asked for, and that is the use of a crossbow. The fact that crossbows can be used in regular hunting season, rifle season, shoulder season, isn't the end all, and in fact, it's not the test. Many of these folks are unable to use traditional archery equipment, even as modified during those seasons, and in fact are unable to use crossbows during those seasons. They can use the crossbow, but these folks are impacted by other factors: weather, heat, cold. So to deprive them of the archery only season is in many cases a deprivation of their ability to hunt with a crossbow during any of the seasons. So my point is, again, do the right thing. And I would ask you all to, when you are considering the issue, to look objectively at the evidence that you have. View that evidence objectively. And I would ask that you not capitulate to abjective fears, abjective comments, abjective opposition to this request. Abjective fears that are not supported by the evidence that you have. The fear that biologically this will have an impact on herds, deer herds, elk herds, that it will impact the ability to take trophy animals. It will impact, it will maybe take away tradition in use of traditional archery equipment. Those aren't the factors that you ought to be considering. Those are factors and those are abject concerns that are unsupported. And I challenge the opponents to support those fears with evidence. They can't. The evidence that is out there, the studies that have been done in many other states concerning the biological impact of the use of crossbows, full use of crossbows in some states, no prohibition in some states. The evidence that's out there that's supported by many studies, I think the most recent is possibly an Oregon study, I may be wrong about that, but show no impact. None. How many disability permits have been issued for the archery season, and then reduce those by the number that may be subject to a crossbow limitation? The number is minuscule compared to the number of permits out there. It is minuscule. It will do nothing to impact the ability of traditional bow hunters, of those taking animals in a traditional sense. What it will do is simply allow those who otherwise can't participate to participate in something that is sacrosanct not only to these 4 individuals, but to many other individuals in this state. Don't deprive them of that. Don't deprive them of that. This doctor is correct. Again, I don't intend, you all have my letter from yesterday. I don't intend to reiterate what was said in that. She's correct. What Judge Christensen did is a preliminary ruling. I have the utmost respect for Judge Dana Christensen. He's an outstanding jurist. I consider him a friend. I've known him for years. He's a good judge. But good judges make mistakes. And I believe he did in this case. What he did, though, is provide the plaintiffs with a roadmap to fill in the blanks. He didn't believe that the evidence that was presented to him was sufficient at that stage, if tried at that stage, to succeed fully on the merits. I can assure you that if this case gets tried, those gaps, to the extent that they exist at all, will be filled in. I think he had plenty of evidence before him to do what I believe he should have done. but I'm not the guy in the black robe.
Sir, we've read through all of the transcript of the court proceedings and everything, so we have all the information, and we'd like to hear from the individuals also.
Thank you, and you will. Again, I just, I want to close just by saying what I started with today. And that is, please do the right thing. Please do the right thing. Don't be one of maybe 2 states in this country who haven't done the right thing. Thank you. And to the extent that I can, and to the extent that the commission has questions, I'm more than happy to address those as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Chris Gallus, Gallus. I have my own law firm here in Helena, Montana. I'm honored to be one of the legal counsels for the plaintiffs in the Gardapi matter. I won't reiterate, obviously, Mr. Frederickson's testimony. I do have some testimony that I would like presented from some folks. So I'll be handing some things out. One of the plaintiffs, as Ms. Doctor mentioned, is unable to be here. So I did agree or discuss with him that I would present his testimony. Don't normally read testimony, but so that it's part of the record, I think that it's important in that case. So I will go through that one. And then I've got some other letters just to hand out. As I start going to those other letters, I wanted to inform the chair not to be afraid. I won't read them. I won't read them all. I'll just quickly describe them to you. This particular testimony is from the one of our plaintiffs in the matter. It's for Mr. Bruno Fria. So I would just start with, dear FWP commissioners, let me, and excuse me, I will provide this to you in writing as well. So, but let me begin to thank you for the opportunity to speak at this important meeting. Due to unforeseen medical emergencies, I'm unable to attend the meeting in person, nor even via Zoom. Consequently, I've given my statement to Christopher Gallus, myself, to present on my behalf. I've been an avid bow hunter since 1967. I've participated in archery seasons up until 2018. Due to 3 surgeries on my right and left rotator cuffs, resulting in my current disability, I'm no longer able to use standard archery equipment. My specific limitation is that I am unable to pull more than 30 pounds of weight vertically or horizontally. Due to this permanent disability, you have provided a PTMAE. Despite making the draw lock modifications, I am still unable to use my equipment. As a result, I submitted a request for reasonable accommodation on May 13th to use a crossbow for the archery season. After many letters and numerous meetings with your FWP staff regarding my accommodation, I received a letter stating that the matter would be addressed at this meeting today. I am making this request as a permanently disabled person who has already qualified for the PTMAE. My disability does not physically allow me to use a bow with standard modifications afforded me by this permit. Up to this point, no determination has been made regarding my individual request for a reasonable accommodation. Furthermore, in your letter dated August 9, I was informed my situation necessitated further review and that I would not be able to use a crossbow for this archery season. I've met all of the requirements to obtain my PT MAE. However, the modifications still require me to pull the required bow weight. In order to receive this permit, I submitted documentation from my orthopedic surgeon verifying that I am not able to do so. I included this documentation once again in my original request for reasonable accommodation on October 9th. Once you have access to all, or excuse me, you have access to all this information. And I'm nearly at the end here, Madam Chair. I am once again requesting FWP revise my license rules or its license rules to allow me to use a crossbow during archery season. Simply stated, I am a person with a disability who's met all of the requirements for PT MAE, yet I am still unable to use the modified equipment. Opponents at this meeting will argue and make statements that this accommodation will have a negative impact on deer and elk populations, but they will not show empirical evidence to that effect. To date, Montana has issued 224,248 licenses, of which 56,000 were archery permits. 254 PT MAEs have already been issued to disabled archers. No negative impact has been cited as a result. 47 states have allowed for this reasonable accommodation for disabled archers to use crossbow during archery seasons. None of those states have reported negative impacts on local game populations. Last paragraph. Given all the documentation you have regarding my disability and many attempts to work with the existing administration, within the existing administration licensing guidelines, I believe you have more than enough information to grant my request for reasonable accommodation. As an ethical and avid sportsman, my sincere hope is that you will grant my accommodation so that I can continue to participate in a major life activity as non-disabled hunters are able to do each year without burden. Once again, thank you for allowing Mr. Gallus to speak on my behalf. I might, that's signed Bruno Fria, and I might simply add to that it's been an honor. So I have Mr. Fria's letter. I also specifically copied his trial transcript testimony, which I will submit along with that, just so you have that, although I understand that was part of your packet as well. Rather than just go back and forth with the permission of the chair, I would just do these other few letters and just describe what they are.
I think I just rather prefer when we open it up for public comment, if you want to come back and just do those then, if that would work. Is that what they are, just public comment?
They are,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gardapi, would you like to go next?
Good morning, commissioners.
Good
Can
morning.
you hear me?
Yes.
Thumbs up. Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Gardapi, not Mr. Gardapi. I've served 32 years in the U.S. Army, and I'm medically retired. I've been in this chair for 9 years. And in those 9 years, my eyes have opened wide, very wide. I've seen a big change from being an athlete, a hunter, someone who's traveled the world, 4 combat zones, about 20 different countries. I've hunted Montana big game whenever I could, whenever I was back here. I was off in other places while other hunters enjoyed that hunting freedom that our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Coast Guardmen, Marines gave them. I just want to say there's one word, and that's insult. When I looked at what the archery season before I was catastrophically disabled, I tried archery hunting. I went out for several seasons. It's a great sport. It's very therapeutic and rehabilitative. However, after being catastrophically disabled and injured from the neck down, use of a compound bow or traditional bow was simply not doable. Okay. I looked at the regulations, and a crossbow was only authorized during the general hunting season. Insult. Absolute insult. The mystical flight of the arrow, the hunter to the prey, comes from the heart. My heart, it goes up to the brain, to the eye, to the arrow, and to the pump station of your prey. You end that prey's life. You take it legally, ethically. You take it home, feed your family. There's nothing wrong with that. The mystical flight of the arrow must continue. All hunters, catastrophically disabled, permanently disabled, combat veterans, disabled Montana citizens, no matter what you are, let them use a crossbow in a safe, careful manner without any damage to the other hunters and the traditional hunter's pride. The only change is with the crossbow, the compound bow, is the kinetic energy in the string. They both shoot an arrow. That arrow takes the prey. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you, commissioners, and continue the good work, taking care of our Montana Fish and Wildlife and Parks. And have a good day.
Thank you, and thank you for your service also.
You're welcome.
Mr. Malmar, would you like to go next? Yes, you.
Stuff that I said I would spend. Just making sure I do the right stuff. Thank you.
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission.
The two new ones, I've been in public service for 30 years, you made a serious mistake. I realize now from the conversation that we just had that I will be allowed to come back up during the public comment part, and I would like to do so.
I just want to, on the public comment part, everyone is limited to 2 minutes. I'm giving
That's fine.
the individuals a little bit more leeway, but on
Okay.
public comment, it's limited to 2
I
minutes.
just erased my phone thing, so I may have to fiddle with this for a second, but what you'll notice coming up is I sent out a questionnaire to 201 of the people that have the PTMAE. They've also bought a bow permit in the last 2 years. I was told that meant that they were using their draw lock. And what it came back was that the majority are not using their draw lock. My name was on there and I never bought a tag in 2020. I went down the list and I called and I said, I know this guy, this guy, this guy. He's been homebound for 7 years. So we got it down to 201. The majority have never killed anything. They've never harvested an animal. I've asked that their comments be sent to you because it fleshes that out. Some hunted for 20 years and never killed a mule deer doe. Others hunted for 5 years and killed an elk every year. It's specific to the person. The question is, and it's the question that I bring, is your reasonable accommodation an accommodation to the disabled population? The number of people that were disabled, some of which said they did not like crossbows, that said disabled people, their fellow disabled, should be able to use a crossbow, was 56-3. Montana is one of 2 states that says you may not hunt with a crossbow even if you're disabled. Oregon is the other one. New York and Washington are so absurd that when I tell people what the rule is in New York, they laugh, they think I'm joking. And they say, you gotta be kidding me when I say Washington, and they are more inclusive than the state of Montana. On the Colorado application for a permit to use a crossbow, it says right on it, this is the Colorado Americans with Disabilities Compliance Act. And it explains, the judge missed this. We only had a few hours, I don't blame him. It also says it on Washington, that just because you have a disability doesn't mean you're allowed an accommodation for hunting. However, if your disability in regular life means you can't use an apparatus for hunting or fishing, then you are covered. Because it also says, and we told the judge this, but he didn't mention it, that if an agency, including state agency, receives money from the federal government and you receive a tremendous amount from Pittman and Robinson, they are covered and are required to follow the Americans with Disabilities Act. You are aware of this, perhaps not individually. I quote from the back of the Block Management Program book. This program receives federal financial assistance from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service under Title IV of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, and the Age Discrimination Act of 1975, and Title X of the Education Amendments of 1972. You are under it. You receive the money, you must be in compliance. I agree, you have the power to tell me no. You already did it. Told me to wait till after the season. But you don't have the legal authority. So without going too far, my request here was individual. In the court, it was for all others. I would not want to be the only person in Montana that can use a crossbow because I had the money to go to court or because I'm a senator. All those that have a PTMAE that cannot, as I, hold the bow out straight and or draw it, should be allowed to use a crossbow the same as in reality, 46 other states. This is what I carried today to hunt mountain goat with.
I can use a rifle. I want a close range opportunity because I'm making a YouTube on how disabled hunters can get back in the field. 330 feet per second, same as any compound bow. But I perhaps can't hold it like this and be steady. I sure as hell can't hold it like this if it's a compound. So I can tuck my elbow in, hold it like this and hunt and have the dignity that the Constitution of Montana guarantees me. And even though I can draw with a rope, it has a crank. Most of the people have shoulder problems. They can't pull it. They can't draw it, but you can crank it with 5 pounds. Colonel Gardapi can lay it on a brace on a wheelchair, sit in a ground blind, crank it back, doesn't need a companion. Why do we have a companion? I ask that you review the hearings on Senate Bill 111, my crossbow bill. On the Senate side, your staff testified the reason for the companion bill is to discourage people from using their disability permits. That's the reason. Draw lock, discourage it. Hunt from vehicle, discourage it. Legal permit, the policy of this state has been to discourage. Your own chief of staff testified on the House side. There is no biological reason to not let disabled people hunt. In Colorado, there's about 700 people, just under 600 people that have a disability permit, population of 6 million. 1 million, we don't allow anybody up in the crossbow. Idaho, about 800, 1.8 million people. No biological impacts, no wanton waste of game, no need for a companion. We know we're disabled. When we put on our wool pants in the morning, we know if we're going elk hunting, we need help to get it out. I knew that before I got disabled. We should be reminded that we are liable for wanton waste of the game animal if we can't retrieve it. So think ahead, same as anybody else. I want my permit. There are 350 PTMAEs out there. 200 supposedly bought a permit. I've talked to the other 100. I found two that say they don't want a crossbow and nobody else should be able to use it either. You need to accommodate the target population, which is disabled people, not the MBA, not the claim they speak for the state of Montana. You need to accommodate the disabled because that's the law.
Thank you, Senator Molnar. We have Mr. Helmers, I think we have online and would like to speak also. Mr. Helmers, are you on there?
I do not see him here as a attendee, but if he wants to raise his hand, we can promote him.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm still not seeing him here.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, Madam Chair, hopefully Mr. Helmers will be able to join us. But in the meantime, we did have one additional person. He is Aaron Lasco. He was the expert, provided a declaration in support of our complaint, providing some technical testimony that supports our legal positions. I thought that it would benefit you to hear that portion of our case. And if he is here and ready, maybe we could do that while waiting for Mr. Helmers, and then we would be done at that point as well.
And I am going to limit it to 2 minutes because there's a lot of public comment that also needs to come in also. So
Okay, so in that vein, aside from the fact that Mr. Helmers may join us and that would be the wrap, I would just knock it back up. And I just thank you for your consideration and service.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, thank you for your time. Again, Aaron Lasko. I'm a mechanical engineer. I run a company that builds archery gear. I owned a pro shop here up in Kalispell for almost 20 years. And I think I've installed more draw locks than anybody else in the state. And I can tell you, it's a mess. The maintenance, the keeping these things working properly. And then ironically, my best friend fell out of a tree and he now needs one. So one is in my camp always with my bow press and my tools and my welder just about to keep this thing going. And he hasn't killed anything with it. And I don't need one and I haven't killed anything this year and I'm very able. This is not going to change the odds, but as a mechanical machine, I just hope that you each pick this thing up yourselves and try to aim it and perhaps try to carry it some distance compared to the safety, the engineering dollars that have gone into the crossbow companies. This is just a dangerous mess compared to, look, this guy's not a threat to the elk population. Give him something safe to use what he's doing. But to my point, and I've been a member of the NBA for years and years, and these guys don't like that I'm on this side this time. And if it was for everyone, as they put out in their email falsely, which isn't cool to begin with, I would be fighting the other side. Absolutely. This isn't about that. This is about this gentleman that served our country, to give him the opportunity that I have. And also, if we could get him on a horse, he could go into the Bob Marshall and shoot a bull elk in the rut with a rifle the middle of September. So that opportunity is there for any Montana citizen to use a rifle during the rut. So don't give me that either. That's ridiculous. Fourthly, and I'm going to close very quick here, that this is, I can't read it. Sorry. Think of my little notes over here. What did I write? No threat. We already did that. So again, I build bow hunting equipment for compound bows. And I stand to lose these guys forever as customers, and I'm here in their defense. If they do buy a crossbow, they will never be a customer of my products whatsoever. I do not build crossbow gear whatsoever. So I have no horse in the game except to tell you what they're currently doing is a mechanical mess, dangerous, and it's just no difference. Just give them a safer alternative. Do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Helmers, do we have Mr. Helmers online yet?
I still don't see him. We do have one phone number here, but it's not identified.
What are the last four, or the last three?
262.
Would that be? We're checking real quick.
Okay.
6'2", that was.
262, okay, that is him.
Okay, so I will promote him. He'll have to hit 6 to unmute.
Okay, is it *6?
I believe, let me check.
Okay, Mr. Helmers, on your phone, if you could push *6 and it will unmute you. There we go. Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes. Yes, my name is David Helmers. And I want to thank the Montana Bowhunters Association Commission, or not the Montana Bowhunters Association Commission, I'm sorry, the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Commission for allowing me to speak today. I've been an avid bow hunter since 1968. And I obtained my permit to modify archery equipment in 2011 due to a permanent disability that I sustained in 2005. I submitted a request for reasonable accommodation along with my medical documentation on May the 26th, but of 2021 for the use of the crossbow during the archery only season, as well as the fishing season, because I think that that's just another thing that I think that we need to consider here. You know, an individual could shoot carp or trash fish during the spring, summer, whatever. I've also I requested it due to unreasonable requirements of the PTMAE. I've also previously requested a reasonable accommodation in 2011, in which I was denied. At that time, I wasn't denied by the commission. I was denied by the director. I wasn't given any reason why I was denied, other than the fact that the crossbow was allowed in the general season. The PTME restricts the disabled to equipment that is perceived as a one-size-fits-all. It states the PTME allows a person with a lifetime disability to use modified archery equipment tackle that supports the bow and draws and holds and releases the string to accommodate the individual disability. It has to fit the individual to accommodate the individual. It doesn't. It says also that arrows, however, are not exempt and still need to meet current requirements for the archery season as defined in the annual regulations. Crossbows may not be used during the archery season. The only part of the regulation that excludes crossbows is the last sentence. Everything else fits. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to use this equipment. Under the PTME, the holder is required to have a companion to assist in aspects of the hunt, such as the bow setup and transporting the game animal, etc. Companion may also assist the permit holder by hunting by the legal use of archery equipment only. The game animal that has been wounded by the permit holder when the hunter with the disability is unable to pursue and kill the wounded animal. If you are awarded a PTME, you are required to follow rules. The reason I am requesting the accommodation for the use of the crossbow is because I cannot hunt during archery season when the rules do not accommodate my individual disability. By allowing me to use an alternative form of archery equipment as stated, it does not allow for an individual to choose whether or not they need a companion like everyone else. It also requires orange placards to be displayed, which is not required by any other hunter. Companion must be a non-hunter with a valid archery license. All I want to be able to do is to hunt during the archery only and fishing season because of a debilitating injury. I would like FWP to stop discriminating against me and other individuals that have limitations which require an accommodation. Thanks for your attention. I'm looking forward to hearing from you, hearing your decision in the matter.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, may we,
Yeah.
No, it's on. I'm sorry about that. Madam Chairman, we ask questions of the presenters that have presented so far.
Yes.
I just had a quick question for Mr. Molnar, please. Thank you, Mr. Molnar. Quick question for you. I know that during the legislative session in 21 that you had a Senate bill, I believe it was let me get the number on here. 211.
111.
Okay, sorry. And can you walk us through a little bit? I didn't get a chance to find out. I know it passed through the Senate, but it failed in the House. And could you, because I know that would have made a difference here today had that passed. I'm curious if you can walk us through what happened and what happened in the House with your bill.
It made it out of Senate committee, came off the Senate floor, pretty good numbers, became very, very partisan for reasons that escape me. Went to the House. We had a very, very good hearing. I asked the chairman if it was going to pass. He said, yeah, everybody loves it. So I bought a archery tag and put in for a brakes tag. And then the lobbying was so intense, nobody had seen anything like it. We could not get it out of committee. If you get out of committee, you need 51 votes to pass. So we did a blast. We got 54 positive votes, so it's more than enough to pass it, but you need 60. So it died.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? comments?
Madam Chair, this question is either for Ms. Doctor or for somebody from the department. So if I understand correctly where we're at right now, the state's position has been that this is not an accommodation because it's not available to anybody. And so if I understand at least some of the elements of ADA, you have to afford the same basic rights to somebody who's handicapped that other citizens have. And nobody has the right to use this particular equipment during this time frame. So I just want to test my understanding of that. But the second piece that's probably more important to me, it's clearly, is it within the capacity of the commission to ultimately tackle whether or not a crossbow would be entered for usage in a situation like this across the board, instead of considering this as individuals across the board. And if we wanted to do that, if I understand the process correctly, we would need the department to help develop the proper administrative rule amendments. It would have to go through that process, and then we would do the 30-day public comment and what have you. And that's not really within the realm of what we can do today, because that wasn't the request. We're only being requested to look at these 4 cases individually. And so if it was the commission's intent to maybe visit this at one point or another, we'd have to go through that process to do that in time to put it in place for the next season. So am I tracking this correctly? I just want to, make sure that I'm thinking about this correct.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, yes, you are tracking this correctly. There's a process that includes notice and opportunity to be heard for any sort of rule you make, as you know very well. And so you would not be able to make a rule right now to apply this more broadly than just these 4 individuals. However, as you mentioned, we could work with you in the interim. Archery only season isn't again until September of next year. We've got some time to work through that process if indeed you are inclined to go that way, and certainly would work with you on what it is you'd like to see as a proposal to address that need, rather than doing it right here on the fly for folks.
Thank you, Ms. Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Byers?
Madam Chair, thank you. I have a question. I'm not sure who the right person to answer. Maybe Mr. Wakeling is, I see back there, might know more than others. So in Montana, we have a 5-week archery season and a 5-week general season, and we have shoulder seasons. In contrast, other states have very short seasons. And could you contrast some of the other states that our presenters mentioned and the length of their season and the opportunity offered to sportsmen and women in those states?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byler, if I understand your question correctly, you're trying to contrast some of the season structures that we have here in Montana with what we might be seeing in some other Western states. The 2 Western states that I am most familiar with would be Arizona and Nevada. Both of those states are dramatically different situations than what Montana has. I think it's important to point out Montana has a lot more area in general, probably less public land in general, and probably more abundant wildlife in general than either Arizona or Nevada do. Both of those states tend to have shorter seasons. They tend to limit participation in those various big game seasons to a greater degree than what Montana does. In Arizona specifically, there are some accommodations under certain situations in which a crossbow may be a tool that may be used within an archery season within that state. Did that address your question?
Maybe a follow-up. Thanks, Madam Chair. Are there any states that offer a 10-week, 5-week archery, 5-week general, And with shoulder seasons and special seasons, the extent of the hunting season is in Montana?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Violet, within the western United States, I'm not aware of any state that allows the length and the duration of the seasons that Montana does.
Thank you, Mr. Wakeman.
All right, thank you. Any further questions or comments? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, would you?
Sorry about that. Madam Chair, would you entertain a motion?
I would.
I'll just start out by saying that I'm certainly sympathetic to the plaintiffs and I really appreciate them being here today. I'm also very aware and appreciate the outcry of public comment that we've gotten, especially from fellow Montana bow hunters, including some that were disabled. So an incredible amount of public opinion on this, and I understand it's a controversial issue. I'm also conscientious of the magnitude of the change to the status quo that we're being asked to decide today with the potential for the four applicants. And understanding that, and from my perspective, that magnitude today is too much for me. So given that, and the fact that, as I understand, the legal case will be continuing, there's more happening, and the fact that I'm open to, as a commissioner, looking at this in more detail in a rulemaking process in the future, I am going to move today that the commission deny the request of Mr. Freya, Lieutenant Colonel Gardapi, Mr. Molnar, and Mr. Helmers to use a crossbow during the archery only season. Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and we will go out for public comment. And today, I will be asking the people that are here in person to go first, and then we'll go online. We have several that have registered online for comments today. Everyone is limited to 2 minutes, and I will stick to that. So please, there is a timer. So if the timer goes off, please wrap up your comments quickly. So 2 minutes is quite a bit of time, and I look forward to your comments. So go ahead, whoever would like to start.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, my name is Stephen LePage, LEPAGE, and I'm the president of the Montana Bow Hunters Association. The MBA requests that you give a no vote on granting the use of crossbows in Montana's archery only season. We're not anti-crossbow. Crossbows are legal for over 300 days a year here in Montana, and we're not resisting that in any way. We simply do not want them in the archery only season, as crossbows are not bows and arrows, and they would fundamentally alter the nature of an archery season. Their capabilities by far surpass those of compound or longbows and recurves. In fact, multiple crossbow manufacturers brag about out-of-the-box, rifle-like accuracy at 100 or more yards, and have marketing slogans like "Meet Your Next Rifle." The NBA, in partnership with FWP, has been helping disabled bow hunters get into the field for decades with the permit to modify archery equipment. I want to reinforce that FWP and NBA has spent considerable volunteer time and donated monies to help the disabled bow hunting community keep bow hunting. This program is customized to each individual disability, and Marlon and our team have done amazing things that allow any disabled person to bow hunt. The Montana Bow Hunters Association has never turned away a disabled bow hunter, nor have we not been able to help them. Now, I'm not a big city lawyer, but I have looked at the testimony, and there are a few things that Judge Christensen pointed out that I'm just going to reiterate. This request is more akin to changing the diameter of a golf hole from 3 to 6 inches, or permitting the golfer to use a club that performs the swinging action for him. There is no evidence that Montana's restrictions on the use of crossbow during archery season discriminate against persons on the basis of disability, particularly since such use is prohibited by regulation and applies equally to the members of the public.
Your time is up, so if you could just close, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Because of these reasons, the NBA requests that you give a no vote granting the use of crossbows in Montana's archery only season. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I'll be available for any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Oh, did you have something?
Madam Chair, may I please, if you're going to show your weapon, one of the fundamental rules is treat every weapon as if it's loaded. And I don't want to see it pointed at my colleagues to my right.
Right.
Again, please. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Jerry Davis, JERRY as I expressed in my email to all of you earlier this week, I want to let you know I'm a veteran, a Vietnam era vet. I'm 70, I've got bad shoulders, I've got extreme spinal stenosis. I'm numb from my hips down, even though it may not look like it. After my experience of using a crossbow, I can honestly say that a crossbow has no business in Montana's archery only season. They're heavy and they're cumbersome. And I really don't see where they can be used by a person with a disability any easier than a bow can without modifications. I'm concerned that allowing crossbows into our archery season, even if it's limited to a few, will end up in others saying that they are being discriminated against, and it will lead to the use by the general public during our archery only season. And this could have a significant impact on our elk season because of the vulnerability of bow elk. Allowing the let me see here. Like I said, it'll have quite likely have some, not only have some impacts to the archery season, but it can also have some impacts to the general season. Because if we take down the bull population, no doubt FWP is going to have to address that issue. I'm also concerned about the abuse of certificates for disability as was used on the permit to hunt from a vehicle in between 2008 and 11, when we saw those permits increase from 512 to 11,000 permits. And this is likely to happen with the crossbow because it is a big opportunity to be allowed to use a weapon that can shoot out to 100 yards accurately, and I can testify to that. And you're using it when the bow elk are vulnerable. If I had a 100-yard weapon during my bow season, I'd have a bow every year.
Your time is up. If you could wrap up,
And
please.
I just want to ask you do not change the regulations as they now stand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are more people that want to speak, if you could please just line up and be ready to speak. We have a lot of people online also, so thank you.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Tim Roberts. I'm from Fort Benton. Under the advice of a good friend, I'll keep my comments short. Appointment to the commission is made solely for the wise management of the fish and wildlife of the state of Montana. Allowing four will exponentially lead to more, having a dramatic, very unwise impact on the resources trusted to this body. I applaud the motion made by Commissioner Siebel and hope that that is the course that you take in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, my name is Larry Holly. I live in Bozeman. I'm 74 years old. I've bow hunted for over 50 years now. I've used a longbow, I've used a recurve, I've used a compound, and now currently I'm using a compound as modified. So if I can show you, my disability is my right shoulder. So this will allow me to pull back. So I can shoot my drum where else. Friends that have disability in the left shoulder. And it's better than the bow. Crossbow is different for like this. Bear in mind, should be faster, should be longer, this should be off. So that's hard to do that. Those are short. I don't do myself 40 yards, even though I'm not really super. You have to take one step, you have to add it. Right answer, do the right thing. You should make it all.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the commission, Mr. Director. I'm J.M. Sprott. I live at 3335 Rolling Hills Court in the northeast corner of the valley. Thank you. I'm here to ask you to please seriously consider allowing crossbows during the archery season. I'm 85 years old. I've hunted with a bow for over 50 years, all different sorts of bows. I now have one of these pieces of equipment called a draw lock. It's I have rotator cuff surgery on both shoulders, and I'm old and I'm feeble, and holding that bow up is darn near impossible with what my problems. It seems to me that you have at least two major responsibilities. One is to protect the wildlife, and the other is to develop a core group of hunters to include recruitment and retention of hunters to monitor and take care of that herd when it's necessary. Why would you then prohibit some of us from using a particular technique that's available only to a very, very few? I don't understand it. I really don't. I served on the commission in Alabama for several years. I know the problems that come to you are tough and thankless. But this is a non-issue. This is a tempest in a teapot. You ought to solve this thing and move on to more important ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Liberty Brown. I'm from Bozeman, Montana. I'm a veteran. I'm an outdoorsman. I love to archery hunt, and I am totally against the allowance of crossbows for anyone. I'm concerned, first and foremost, I'm concerned that we are here because one of our state's elected officials, Senator Molnar, continues to abuse his position so he can get permission to use a crossbow. He failed in his attempt to circumvent the commission's authority this past legislative session, and most recently failed in the courts. So why are we taking up this conversation now? Why are we rewarding him? The issue of crossbows has been debated in the halls of the state capitol for the last 9 legislative sessions, failing each and every time. The legislators here in Helena represent their constituents. If the general hunting public favored crossbows in our archery season, don't you think it would have been passed by now? In his attempt to push SB 111, Senator Molnar exploited the handicapped and veterans to try and get his bill passed through the House and Human Services Committee. In his testimony, he claimed his disability prevented him from using a modified bow. He stated, and I quote, "If anyone anywhere saw me chopping wood and said he's not disabled, you are committing fraud." Well, here's a picture of Senator Molnar from his campaign website, chopping wood. It's now deleted. In the end, his own colleagues admitted that SB 111 wasn't about veterans or the disabled, as the senator and his lobbyists so loudly claimed, and the bill died. Now Senator Molnar is at it again, abusing his position as an elected official to obtain the mailing addresses of PTMA permit holders from FWP and sending them correspondence on government letterhead to try and influence the committee's position on this matter. He states in the letter that after his failed lawsuit, the judge remanded us back to the FWP commission, but hinted that if we did not get satisfaction, we should come back and include the element of discrimination. This has already been attempted. In District Judge Christensen's summation, and just for time's sake, he noted that there is no evidence that Montana's restrictions on the use of the crossbow during archery season discriminate against persons on the basis of disability. There is no evidence that Montana's restrictions on the use of the crossbow deny qualified disabled persons an effective opportunity to participate in Montana's hunting program. My second concern regards the committee I stand before today. There's been a lot of public discussion with regard to the makeup of this commission and whether or not you actually have the hunting public's best interests at heart. This past legislative session, Ms. Waller joined with Senator Molnar and his lobbying friends to advocate for SB 111 and the use of crossbows. I've been a fan of Ms. Waller for a number of years now. I've watched many of her shows, and
So
I
your
actually
time is up.
admire her opportunities, and I would like to publicly call for Ms. Waller to recuse herself from any decisions regarding crossbows or any decisions on this matter whatsoever. Thank you.
Oh, my name is Dane Ryder, R-I-D-E-R. I'm an officer with the Traditional Bow Hunters of Montana. I did have some prepared remarks, but I don't want to repeat stuff that you're going to hear from a number of other folks and things that have been said already. So what I'm going to do is mention a couple of things that I heard in the opening remarks. Mr. Frederickson did mention that there's no evidence that other states that currently have crossbows
have any problem with them. You can look just to the south at Wyoming. In 2018, after 40 years of full inclusion of crossbows, based on recommendations by their biologists and game wardens, are looking at scaling that back significantly. Unfortunately, when 40 years of having crossbows, public really liked it, so they, based on public pressure, decided to drop that. An additional comment would be that one of the one of the proponents for Senator Molnar's SB 111, Peter Siegel, has since changed his tune after the MBA was able to set him up. Mr. Siegel is, I believe he has muscular dystrophy. He's wheelchair bound. MBA was able to set him up, and he has already taken a whitetail doe this year. So to say that somebody under difficult circumstances can't use any of the very many accommodations with the PTMA it's silly as far as I'm concerned. And then additionally, Senator Molnar mentioned Colorado and a couple other states and saying they've got just a handful of people using them and population of 6 million. So Montana with 1 million, we're not going to really see any huge increase. If you look to North Dakota, that has a similar disability program. In its first year, I believe it had 54 participants. It now has over 2,300. That's in a state of about 700,000 people. So the precedent is there already. It will happen here.
Okay,
So
thank you. Your time is up. Appreciate your comments.
Hi, my name is Jake Sheff. Got hurt back in 2013, so I got pushed into having to use these things. I had another one. First couple years out, it went from using a 3.5 pound compound bow to an 8 pound compound bow. My injury was to my left arm, right wrist, left wrist. You can't hold it steady at all. So I called the guy that makes the draw lock, but the only guy out there that makes something to help Montana bow hunters. And I go design something with Montana laws, make it as small and light as you can possibly do it and effective. Well, here it is. And that's the best he can do all the way. And he's outside his house. So he's on YouTube shooting a similar item, 240 yards into a target. Somebody said, if you could shoot 100 yards, you'd kill an elk every year. I haven't got one yet. So you can use this, you can adjust the scope. So if you want to shoot 100 yards, probably shoot 100 yards if you want to. But this is basically a vertical crossbow. And this is legal in Montana. And I'm just saying, you can use it, but to draw this back is getting on within 1 or 2 years of not being able to draw it back and lock it safely. Cannot do it with binoculars on. So when you're out there with the elk's close, take your binoculars off, draw your bow, put your binoculars back on, try to get a shot. You're just having fun out there. You're not really hunting. That's what I've been doing lately. Just having fun out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Kevin Robinson. I live in Region 2, mostly hunt and fish in Region 2. I'm not against using crossbows for hunting. I shoot all types of weapons. I bird hunt, I duck hunt, and I occasionally rifle hunt or dare to, but I'm a dedicated bow hunter and have been for 35 years. Crossbows can be used during our long rifle season that now includes the early and late shoulder seasons. But crossbows aren't bows. They should not be used during the archery season. This past legislative session, Senate Bill 111 was introduced, as you guys know. SB 111 was the most recent attempt to allow for the use of crossbow during Montana's archery season for hunters with a disability. This was the 9th attempt to push the crossbows through the 5-week archery season. And it wasn't luck that bill got killed. It was the sportsmen and women of Montana that stood up and voiced their opposition. Sponsor of SB 111, Senator Molnar, presented misinformation and outdated equipment to try to convince everyone that this bill was intended to help the hunter with a disability and the military veterans that could no longer draw back their bows. Again, it was not luck as to why SB 111 was shot down for the 9th time. If one of the goals of the proposed changes to the hunting districts and regs is simplification, then what are we doing here with the crossbow again? Please listen to the outdoorsmen and women of Montana and keep Montana's archery season simple and archery only. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Garrett Saturday, and I'm here representing as a representative of the traditional bow hunters of Montana. We represent hundreds of members across the state that are dedicated to the preservation of the archery-only season, a season Montana bow hunters have fought so hard for over 70 years. We hold ourselves to a high set of ethics, celebrate tradition, and challenge and aim to maintain the phenomenal archery seasons that we have, not just for us, but for generations to come. I am a type 1 diabetic, so I'm very familiar with limitations imposed by health conditions. Having said that, I see no reason to allow crossbows into archery seasons, special request, or in general, when there's already the PTMAE in place. Archery seasons were established because of low success rates and solely for the purpose of opportunity. And that would be substantially increased with an introduction of crossbows. There are already over 300 days a year to hunt with a crossbow. And on behalf of the traditional bow hunters of Montana, we ask you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Jackson Farr from Nashua, Montana. Montana sportsmen and women have strongly opposed crossbows. Crossbows are fundamentally not archery equipment. We have the permit to modify archery equipment and the general season. The introduction of crossbows in our archery season will erode our hunting opportunities for bow hunters and bow hunters and rifle hunters alike. We need creative solutions and appropriate hunting regulations based on science that will preserve hunting opportunity for all. This will do very little to help disabled hunters and leave the door open for abuse. Emotionalism and political agendas should not be used as hunting regulations. This will make it too easy for a few to buy the results that they want at the expense of us. We cannot cave to the pressures of elitists and manufacturers who want to exploit our opportunities to line their pockets. This violates the concept of fair chase and Montana's strong hunting ethic. Our legacy of our archery season did not come to our generation to die. We must nurture the spirit of hunting and separate ourselves from the technology world and become hunters. Our archery season exists because of the low harvest rates that comes with a harder challenge. Crossbows are simply rifles that shoot bolts and should not be accepted as anything else. We must stand up for wildlife and our Montana heritage and traditions, or we will lose these opportunities for our youth and future generations. All of us as hunters have a commitment to preserve the archery season for the hunters of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is June LePage and I stand before you as a member of the Montana Bow Hunters Association, as well as just a young bow hunter who is very passionate about keeping crossbows out of the archery only season. And really there's two things I'd like to provide you with today. The first being that Montana has no minimum draw weight. In the preliminary ruling of the case that we've been discussing a little bit today, we have to recognize that they have already recognized that bow hunting is difficult. Yes, it is. For myself, it is incredibly difficult. There's a lot of guys who have come up here and they're big men. They can pull lots of weight. I cannot either. I cannot pull I don't have a very high pound boat right now. And realistically, when we look at it, the first whitetail I ever harvested, I harvested with a bow, and its weight poundage that was pulled from the bow was undeniably significantly less than 30 pounds. So realistically, I'd like to provide you with the information that Montana has no minimum draw weight. But the second thing I'd like to discuss is that of tradition. And a lot of, some of the first speakers that came up today talked about the tradition in Montana. Montana is one of the few states whose constitution continues, has hunting as a right. Montana is also one of the few states that has that archery only season, and there's a reason for this. The means by which an animal is harvested is essential to the kill, and it's essential to someone like myself. I'm 18 years old and I hope to be hunting for the next 50 years. And realistically, if I went home this weekend and I wanted to harvest a deer, I would not pick up a rifle, despite the fact that it's legal. I would pick up my bow because the means by which I harvest that animal is important to me. And that is what's so special about our archery season. It is archery only. And to allow crossbows into it, a piece of equipment that is fundamentally different than a bow, is to take that archery only concept. And that is why I stand here and encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Terry Lewis. I live in Townsend, Montana.
If you could pull the mic just a little closer.
I've been hunting in Montana since '76 when I moved here. And I wouldn't be here in front of you if I was healthy.
all these people that are talking about what they're doing, they're healthy. And when I was healthy, I didn't think about it. But I've had tendon surgery. I've had major surgery in my wrist. It's all shattered, a plate in there. I've had shoulder surgery. I've got a bow lock and everything on my bow, and I've tried it for many years. But this year, when I'd go to pull it, my fingers would go numb. My hunting was over. The last 2 times I went out, I just went and sat on the hillside so I could take and hear the elk bugling because I couldn't use my bow no more. I just hope you look at all of us that aren't healthy and make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners. It's wonderful to be with you today. For the record, my name is Marcus Strange, M-A-R-C-U-S, S-T-R-A-N-G-E, and I'm the state policy.
Hold on just a second. I don't know whose phone is ringing, but, okay. Okay, go ahead and we'll start your time over. Go ahead.
Thank you. As I was saying, it's wonderful to be here today. I hope that got in the record, my name. I rise in opposition to what is being proposed, and for the sake of time, I'll simply just echo the opposition by the opponents and make myself available for further questions. We did reach out to our membership and our affiliates, and the overwhelming sentiment that we received from thousands of people was opposition to this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Rod Bullis. I'm representing the Helena Hunters and Anglers Association, and we certainly think the right thing to do, as the words that the first attorney that spoke to you used many times, the right thing to do is not to approve crossbows during the archery season. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm Representative Jennifer Carlson, representing House District 69. I'm here as myself and also on behalf of many of my constituents who reached out to me in opposition to allowing crossbows during archery season. Vocabulary matters, and it is called archery season. Crossbows are not archery equipment. It takes 2 seconds on a Google search to look up a tactical action crossbow or some of the other even more modern crossbows to see that they are not equivalent, and it's not archery equipment. It's archery season is a time to hunt and harvest game with archery equipment. As has been stated many times, the accommodations that Montana offers have been upheld. They do not violate the ADA, and they are open-ended. I just want to correct the record. In the committee, which I was on, who heard this bill in the House, we heard from several states who regretted the decision to allow crossbows during archery season, either as an accommodation or statewide. It had detrimental effects on the take and further hunting. So that is not true across the board, that there are not regrets. Several states do have regrets that they have entered this accommodation. And I want to go to something that was stated this morning by counsel, who suggested that there are some people who will not be satisfied with the crossbow as an accommodation. I would just like to remind you of that statement, because I believe it's not a far stretch of the imagination to see us back here in a few years with someone asking to use a shotgun or a rifle, because the crossbow does not meet their requirements either. This is a legislative dispute, and the remedy is not to ask an agency to break the law. NAPA has very specific rulemaking laws.
Your time is up.
So I just would like to keep in mind that the people of Montana, their voice matters, and that's who I'm here representing today. I do have some more comments, and I am welcome any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. We both turned it on and then turned it off. Before my 2 minutes start, it would be nice in the future if the room was set up so that there was an alternative, so I didn't have to come over and I could testify like others. Just kind of a, it's kind of a thing for the future.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Joel Peden. That's P-E-D-E-N. I am the executive director of the Montana Association of Centers for Independent Living. We are a disability advocacy organization. I will say up front, I am not a hunter. I am not here to give testimony on hunting itself. I am a disability rights advocate and specialist. Your job today is not have anything to do really about hunting. It doesn't have anything to do with the number of calls that you get saying to deny this accommodation. This accommodation falls under civil rights laws. And the argument that is made that the vast majority of bow hunters don't want crossbows for whatever reason is irrelevant. If we applied that same philosophy going back about 60 years ago, we'd still have separate drinking fountains. We'd have separate seating areas in restaurants because those civil rights were not popular across the country. This is not a hunting issue. This is a civil rights issue. Earlier today, and Commissioner Tabor had a question about, does the ADA maybe not apply because crossbows aren't available to everybody during bow season? That's not what the ADA is about. Again, here's a comparison, right? Before ramps and access were required, ramps weren't available to everybody, but they are required to be installed. So, and accommodations, you can't look at, here's a list that's allowed and say, pick your accommodation. That is not the intent of the Americans with Disabilities Act. I hear, everybody's accommodation is different. And here's just a plain example. I see most of you are wearing glasses, right? Glasses are an accommodation, okay? They allow you, they allow you to see. If you needed a pair of glasses.
Sir, I have a lot of commenters that
I know you do.
So
I know you do, but this is an important civil rights issue.
I know, but you have to wrap up your comments.
I'm wrapping up right now. If you needed a pair of glasses and I handed you a pair of sunglasses, that would not work for you, although they're still glasses. Again, this is not about popular opinion. This is about federal law. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
To start my 2 minutes, I'm going to hand you this and just do a couple of comments.
Thank you.
The letter the chair is passing out is from the Montana Veterans Association, signed by Sam Redfern and Matt Amble. I think it says what it says, and I'm not going to go through it and read to you again as promised, Madam Chair, but highlight some special issues. My hand to do that directly so that you can go through it before you vote on this particular motion. It was the fact that there are special circumstances, some considerations that need to be taken under advisement. I think also important is not only, the programs that we do in a Warrior Team Hunt with 107 veterans that we're currently serving now. 43 and this is kind of the important, one of the real important points of the letter is 43 landowners in Montana make those ranches available to veterans on these hunts. And this is the time that they can do that. So I'll then let the letter speak for itself. If you do go through it and you have any specific questions on the program and some other things, I'll of course remain available. The doubling up and hopefully getting out in two. I do also have a letter. I'll just hand this to your secretary, Madam Chair, but it's from Megan Bailey. She's with Cedar Creek. And I think it also makes an important point with regard to getting some of these folks that we're trying to benefit with this opportunity out more often. And it's so critically important to their mental health. And we're not talking about doing a lot here. And I ask maybe when you do cast your votes that this isn't a general public policy debate between you looking at me and looking at somebody that can use a compound bow or whatever. This is really about a small group of people and Colonel Gardepy and others like him that want to do those things. So that's what I'm asking you when you cast the vote. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters present?
I'm back. First of all, I would like to have one additional minute.
No, I'm sorry, but it's limited to 2 minutes. We already gave you quite a bit of time and we have several people online. So go ahead and start with your 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm on the online list. I'm here, never mind, that was a precaution.
Okay, but that won't give you an additional 2 minutes.
I realize.
Yeah.
But I found my questionnaire. 2 and 11 were mailed out. USPS returned 6. 61 returned it, 54 with additional comments. That's unheard of. Question, I still use a draw lock. Yes, 40, no, 21. The draw lock is a good accommodation for me. Yes, 20, no, 36. A crossbow would be a better accommodation. Yes, 55, no, 5, 1 unsure. I have harvested animals with the draw lock. Yes, 24, no, 34. 24, no, 34. A disabled veteran, 16, yes, 37, no. Should Montanans be required to have a non-hunting companion? Yes, 3, 56, no. Should crossbows be banned for disabled? Yes, 3, no, 58. I would ask that the representative name the 2 states that say they're trying to repeal. Wisconsin just finished a massive study, 22 states, asking them. They're all good with it. You have the comments have been emailed to you. Wyoming's good with it. Colorado's good with it. Oregon's good with it. Where are these states? They don't exist. I would ask that you take a look at one of the things I sent out about all the states. We need to have a minimum bow weight for compounds and recurves. It's 40 pounds. But for crossbows, it has to be 100 or 120. There's a big difference between a 28-inch cast and a 14-inch cast. Wisconsin specifically said the 100-yard kill shot is a myth. There's a huge difference between a bow with a field point and a broadhead. I'm good to 60 yards with a field point, 40 yards with a broadhead. I brought them, I'm not going to show it to you, a packet of broadheads, good to 400 feet per second. After that, they don't function. They won't fly straight. They plane. Everything you've heard is hypocrisy. I was coming out of the mountains. 4 young men were there opening weekend of archery. I was talking to him about his bow, 85% let off, illegal. Asked him about his sight. I said, my son has a 7-pin sight, good for 100 yards. You have a 4-pin sight? He said, yeah, 15, 30, 45, 60. Hit the clicker, 70, 80, 90, 100. He says, but I limit myself to 80. The hypocrisy is so thick between the two. You saw the draw lock. You can put it to your shoulder and fire it like a crossbow. The only difference is if you can hold it like this, we'll let you hunt If you gotta hold it like this, we won't, and this is a crime, they'll get you 30 days. We want accommodation, not talk, should be based on fact, the experience of other states, history, and legality. And that's all it should be based on.
Thank you. Are there any commenters at the regional offices? The picture is very small, so you're going to have to speak up if there is one. Okay, we'll go ahead with the callers. If you just want to let me know who that last numbers, and then we can call them.
So our first online participant is Pete Siegel.
Okay, *6 to unmute. You look like you're unmuted, so go ahead, please.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Pete Siegel, as you see, and I was mentioned earlier as being opposed to the crossbows, and that is not an entirely correct statement. I love my bow that the Montana Bow Hunters Association gave me. It has a draw lock on it, but it also has a chin brace that acts like a stock. It has a grip that has a trigger in front of it, just like a pistol grip that I actuate with my left hand. And I did go to North Dakota a few weeks back for a disabled bow hunt called the Twist of Fate Bow Hunting. And I did harvest a white-tailed doe on that hunt at exactly 20 yards. However, in order to do that legally in North Dakota with my Montana legal modified bow, I had to apply and receive a crossbow permit. That bow is wonderful, and I plan on using it for years to come. I do think there are some segments of the population that need a crossbow permit, and a crossbow should be legal for them to use. I think they should be required to have a hunt from a vehicle permit. I think they should be required to have a able-bodied companion with them. However, I don't think crossbows should be entirely illegal. As I mentioned, I was commented about earlier, I did disagree with a few segments of Mr. Molnar's bill, which is what I changed my opinion on. I did not change my opinion entirely about crossbows being not used. I just wanted to reiterate that back. If there are any questions for me, I would like to be around if you have questions for me to answer. I do hunt from a tracked wheelchair, which is a wheelchair that has tracks on it because I am unable to walk around. I did try years ago of using a compound bow.
Your time is up, and thank you for your comments.
All right, thank you.
All right, next caller.
We have Robert Zink.
Okay, *6. Okay, go ahead, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Robert Zink. I'm a professor in the School of Natural Resources at University of Nebraska-Lincoln. And so I don't have a particular dog in your fight. I don't have any connection or financial connections to anyone involved in your discussion. I hunted for 15 years with a vertical compound bow, and now because of a physical disability, I switched to a crossbow. But my interest in this discussion is scientific in nature, and that is, does inclusion of crossbows harm deer herds, populations, or deer hunting? And based on a review I published of the available studies, there is absolutely no evidence of either. And as has been referred to earlier, a 2019 report from Wisconsin concluded that the preponderance of the evidence shows that inclusive use of crossbows is not currently a biological concern for deer herd management. My state, for example, Nebraska, allows crossbows by everyone during the archery seasons. Our game populations have not been affected, so that's really a non-issue. I think the disingenuous criticism of crossbows by today's compound bow hunters
who use a lot of technological advances, as I know, like sights, let-offs, trigger releases. It's exactly the same argument that was posed against them years ago, and everybody got over it. I think that proposed devices to allow handicapped hunters to use a vertical bow are cumbersome, marginally effective, as you've heard, and essentially punitive in nature. And in fact, all the modifications proposed for these bow locks already have a name, and they're called crossbows. I think that the idea that crossbows allow 100-yard shots, sir, it's possible. I've been to contests where compound bows were doing targets at 100 yards. So given that there are no population level effects of crossbow use, this current situation you're facing is nothing short of an attempt by a special interest group of bow hunters to enforce on others their view of ethical.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We have, from my list, we have 18 commenters. We've already spent an hour and a half on this. I am going to limit the additional comments to 1 minute. So please, everyone that's online, if you could just not repeat comments that were already made and give us any new information that you have. So next caller, please.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Prater. I'm a Region 4 hunter, and I'm also a member of Montana Bow Hunters Association. I have been in Montana my whole life and hunted my whole life. I think two of the comments that really differentiate crossbows from compound bows is a compound bow, you cannot lay prone and shoot it, so you cannot lay down. I know for a fact I could have been a lot more successful laying down and taking shots than having to stand up or kneel or sit. And then also the other thing is the crossbow can be cocked and you can walk around the woods with it loaded. With a bow, you have to draw it in presence of the animal, and that motion gives that animal a fair chase and a fair chance because you're close and they can see that motion. So that would be another argument how crossbows are vastly different than a traditional bow. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Last name Mershon. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Mike Mershon. I just want to encourage you guys to acknowledge Montana's long-held tradition of not allowing crossbows during the archery-only season. It's viewed across the country as a role model to aspire towards and not a black sheep as it's been presented today. I ask you guys to uphold Montana's heritage and vote against adding crossbows to the archery season. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you. Next caller. Schindler, last name Schindler, please. *6, yep.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, I would like to go on record as opposing the crossbow during the archery season. And for all the reasons that a lot of the opponents have stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Okay, I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. Larry. *6, please. Go ahead. Go ahead, caller. It shows you as unmuted, but your voice is not coming through. Now it shows you muted again, so *6. Okay, try now. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but we'll come back to you. So stay on the line and we'll try again.
And at this time, I don't have anybody else with their hand raised. So for all attendees that do want to give testimony, you will need to raise your hand and then we can promote you. And I'm still not seeing anybody here with their hand raised.
Okay. All right, so that wraps up our public comment. Does the committee, our commission have any further comments or questions before we go for a vote?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Tabor?
So this topic is a very important one. And the way I look at it from my perspective as a commissioner is we're not really voting on whether or not crossbows should or shouldn't be in a season. We're voting on whether 4 applicants should be given the opportunity to use one for one season next year. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. But then having said that, the folks that brought the petitions forward are trying really to argue for the bigger, broader perspective. And so for my part, I would be much more comfortable looking at this holistically, asking the department to go back, perhaps creating a working committee where something can be worked out properly that takes everybody into account. I'm not comfortable with doing one-off solutions for individuals. I'd rather get at this properly and holistically. And so for that reason, that's why I'm going to be voting no on the petitions. But I'm not done yet with this topic. I want to see it in the future and I want to see it done properly.
Any other comments? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Walsh?
I agree with Commissioner Tabor, and I just want to thank everyone who's given comments today. I found it very illuminating and helpful in thinking through this topic.
Thank you. I also would like to thank everyone. I know it's some of you have to travel a long ways to get to Helena, and even the people online, you have to sit and wait. So I do appreciate everyone. Okay, I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to oppose the request for accommodations signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you. Motion carries. All right. Does anyone need a break? Quick. Okay, let's take a. Can you do this 5 minutes? Okay. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Is this on? Sounds.
Test.
Yep. Okay, everyone, please, we'll start the meeting again. We will start with a presentation on the comprehensive update of licensing administrative rules.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Emily Cooper. I'm the Licensing Bureau Chief with Fish, Wildlife and Parks. You have before you a comprehensive update of the licensing administrative rules. The purpose of this comprehensive update is to remove outdated and unnecessary language, remove language that repeats language already established in statute, and update rules with current longstanding practices. We've updated licensing rules throughout the years as needed, but we've never done a comprehensive update. So a good many of these rules, the last time they were touched was in the late 90s or early 2000s. Before you are two packets. One covers the administrative rules under the Fish and Wildlife Commission authority. The other package covers department authority. We presented both of these to you so you could see the rule revision in its entirety. Included in these packets are 3 new administrative rules. One of those administrative rules covers a new preference point that was established in House Bill 637. These are for folks that want to hunt with an outfitter and do so at the time of application. These include if they purchase a regular preference point, they have the ability to purchase a secondary preference point if they hunt with an outfitter. The second new rule covers a license conversion, which means just really generally, if you purchase a 2-day license and you want to upgrade it to a season license, we will refund you that price when you update to a season license. And then the third new rule covers donated license program. That program was established in statute, and this just kind of outlines our process a little bit better. I'm available for any questions.
Madam Chair. Would you just please clarify that the handout you just put out did have an addition to the outfitter preference point for item 4, and maybe just read that into the record?
Certainly. There was a last minute addition to the new rule which addressed outfitter preference points that we would add. The outfitter preference point shall be clearly marked as outfitter preference point license, and it shall be endorsed by the outfitter providing the service under that license in a manner determined by the department.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Madam Chair, will you entertain a motion?
I would, please.
I move the commission propose new rule 1 and new rule 2 and the amendments and repeal of the administrative rules that are within the commission's authority as indicated in the attached rule package. I'll second it.
Who was that second? Okay, Commissioner Lane, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments before I go out to public comment? Commissioner Byerth?
Madam Chair, I'm just curious, when it says in a manner determined by the department, is that a administrative rule process or is that a policy process, or how do you intend to put that into effect?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byerth, we wanted that flexibility in that language in order to cover digital carcass tags as well as regular carcass tags. So instead of just a wet signature, we would have an ability to modify it to go with our electronic carcass tag in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, is there any public present here that would like to comment on these changes? Do we have anyone in the regional offices that would like to comment on these changes, proposed changes? All right, do we have any callers?
I'm not seeing anybody with their hand raised.
Okay. Yes, just a reminder to the callers to make sure you raise your hand if there's something that you want to comment on. All right, seeing no public comment, all those in favor of the update signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, now we will move on to fisheries. Dr. Rice.
Chair Robinson, commissioners, good morning. Fisheries has 4 items for you. As usual, I will start with the drought update.
I am happy to announce that our last remaining closures related to drought will close at the end of October. And the last one since I last spoke to you were lifted last week. I did want to make a couple of comments on the season this year for drought. One of the worst we've had. The first restrictions got put in place in May, even prior to us being able to give you a drought update. And then this is the first time since the Big Hole Drought Management Plan has been in place that we've actually had to go all the way to the October 31st date that is in the plan for lifting those restrictions. I'd like to recognize the Big Hole Watershed Coalition and Pedro Martinez in particular, who sent us a note yesterday just recognizing how the conditions were similar to 1988. But now that we have a drought plan in place for the Big Hole, even although the conditions were very similar to 88, the Big Hole did not go dry as it did in 1988. So just to recognize everyone who played their part in keeping our streams and rivers flowing this year. This is the last drought update for the year. We'll continue to watch conditions and hopefully it keeps raining, it turns to snow, rains through the spring and summer, and you won't need a drought update next year. So moving on to our agenda items, our first agenda item is for the Fresno Reservoir Fisheries Management Plan, which is being presented to you as a final item. The Fresno Management Plan was developed after the local community in Havre raised concerns about the fishery. The plan was developed by an advisory committee with extensive public engagement. I would like to recognize the 9-member committee. I don't think we have any of the members present today here in the room, but there may be some on the phone. And I'd also like to recognize Cody Nagel, the local biologist, and Steve Dalby, the Region 6 fish manager, who have spent a lot of time on this plan. The plan addresses the public's desire for a walleye fishery with high catch rates. Public comment on the plan has been supportive. With that, we have Cody Nagel, the Fresno biologist, and Steve Dalby, the Region 6 fish manager, available in the Region 6 office to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, will you entertain a motion?
Is that okay? Go ahead.
I move the commission approve the Fresno Reservoir Fisheries Management Plan as presented.
A second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Siebel. All right, any other comments before Commissioner Byworth?
I have a question for Dr. Rice, if I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byworth.
Dr. Rice, we have a statewide management plan that's been in effect, and I believe it's in effect for many more years to come. How does a tailored management plan fit into the state fisheries management plan?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byworth, Commissioners, that's a good question. As you mentioned, we do have a statewide fisheries management plan. On a side note, we are currently in the process of reviewing and editing that plan as required through legislation that passed this past session. So you will see us bring that to you next year, and you'll hear more from us about that plan next year. Within that plan, we do recognize the other specific water body management plans and specific species management plans. We don't have that many around the state. The one you hear from us the most on is the Upper Missouri River and Reservoir Management Plan.
That's the plan that covers Holter, Hauser, Canyon Ferry, and the river sections in between. There's also a management plan for Flathead, Fort Peck, and then we also have some specific species plans. And now the Fresno Reservoir Management Plan falls within that specific group. Those specific water body management plans take precedence over the statewide management plan. So within the statewide management plan, what we do is we reference those existing management plans for more details. How those plans come about is really as a result of public input, a request to the department for more specific management direction for those water bodies. They typically occur in places where there's complex systems with perhaps some controversy, or where we want to be real particular about management strategies taken into a lot of different user groups. So that's a long way of saying it's the Fresno management plan will be used in conjunction with the statewide plan.
Any other questions or comments? Is there anyone present that would like to comment on this? Do we have anyone online that would like to comment on it?
Seeing no one online.
Okay. All those in favor of approving the Fresno Reservoir Fisheries Management Plan signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Right, next we'll go 2022 fishing regulations.
The proposed changes for the 22 fishing regulations were presented to the Commission at the August meeting. Just as a reminder to everyone and as background for Commissioner Lane, the fishing regulations are on a 4-year cycle. The last full 4-year review occurred in 2019 for the 2020 regulation book. This year is considered an off-cycle year. Typical practice is to only bring off-cycle regulation changes which meet one of the 5 criteria which are detailed in your cover sheet. And this process is also detailed further in the Commission-approved statewide fisheries management plan, which I referenced during the last agenda item. During public comment, we received 17 comments on the proposed regulation changes. Most of the comments fell outside of the scope of the off-cycle changes. And within your packets, you have details on all of the comments as well as the department's responses to those comments. I do, however, want to call attention to one comment in particular that we received on Big Coulee Creek. The proposed change that the department's proposing for Big Coulee Creek would allow for the harvest of 1 cutthroat trout daily from the creek. This proposal is in response to the West Slope cutthroat trout population rebounding and now being resilient enough to sustain some harvest. The comment that we received on Big Coulee Creek supported catch and release for West Slope cutthroat trout. The department's recommendation is to approve the proposal without change, as we do not expect the regulation to cause an impact, while also offering an additional opportunity for harvest, particularly for the cutthroat trout. I also want to draw attention to the Tiber Reservoir proposal. The requirement for watercraft inspections prior to leaving Tiber was put in place after a larval stage of an invasive mussel was detected in the reservoir in 2017. We are now proposing to lift that restriction after 5 years of extensive sampling with no detections of invasive mussels or their larval stage. The AIS program has worked very hard and did a fabulous job using plankton sampling, scuba diving, snorkeling, shoreline surveys, and even the use of mussel detecting dogs, and are confident that we can now lift the positive designation for Tiber Reservoir. The department recommends approval of the regulation package as presented at the August meeting, with the addition of 3 edits, 2 changing the requirement for ALS numbers, which are being phased out, and 1 correcting a typo on the Rock Creek regulation. With that, myself and my staff are available for any questions.
Commissioner Tabor?
Madam Chair, Dr. Rice, so to be clear, you're not supporting the recommendation coming out of Trout Unlimited for retaining catch and release on the Cooley Creek?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, that is correct.
Any other questions? Okay. Although, somebody like to make a motion? Okay. What? Do you want to go to public comment before?
I'll make a motion just to initiate public comment.
Yep.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 2020 fishing regulations as proposed.
Okay, all right. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we will go to public comment then.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT. I'm here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. I will be brief and start quickly with the drought management. I want to commend the department and the division staff on their work this season. It was a tough season for us all, and those partner groups like the Big Hole Watershed Committee and similar on the Jefferson and the Blackfoot. I think we would have had a lot different outcome if it weren't for the hard work of those groups. And I think that it really does call the need, as we enjoy the moisture this winter, to double down on our efforts. And I've spoke to the director in the department and the governor's office about pursuing more of those opportunities across other watersheds. So I think that's a call to action for us, specifically on the fishing regs. We look forward to the opportunity to provide public comment, and you saw our comments there, and appreciate the department bringing up Big Cooley Creek in particular. We do feel that the standard district regulation, central district regulation, is a little bit nuanced here, or should be a little bit nuanced in terms of Yellowstone cutthroat conservation and much of the central district versus West Slope cutthroat conservation in the upper Missouri. And that was really the premise for our comments. As you saw across the rest of the issues in our comments, most of these changes are good. They're cleanup. And the new proposals that are in here specifically for Rock Creek, we have no problem. I mean, it's good cleanup change. So I just wanted to address those new things that weren't already in our written comments, because you can certainly see what we had to say in those written comments. So I appreciate the opportunity today, and welcome Commissioner Lane, and it's good to be here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further commenters present? Do we have any commenters at the regional offices or online?
We have none online right now.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions before we go to a vote? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve the 2022 fishing regulations as proposed, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the Madison River Work Group proposal.
Our last item is a recommendation from the Madison River Recreation Work Group. The work group was established as part of the Madison River Recreation rules that were passed by the Commission in December 2020. The work group members were appointed by the Commission and is chaired by Commissioner Walsh. The work group recommends repealing the ARM rules, which establish walkway and rest rotation sections on the river. Myself and Dawn Scar currently staff the work group, and we are both available for any technical questions. I would suggest directing any specific questions on the work group recommendation to either Commissioner Walsh or Dr. Bias. Also a work group member has also indicated that he would be available to take questions as a work group member.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh, do you want to speak to that before?
Yeah, just say that as I said in my opening comments, that this is a broad-based group of folks who include people from the business community, recreational experts, and natural resource experts, and then professional outfitters. And among our charges, specifically in the ARM, was rule language to it that the work group may develop recommendations to the commission for approval regarding 4C, rule language to address all recreational use on the Madison River, including walkway sections and the rest rotation proposals to replace those in ARM 1211-6702 and 1211-6706. We received probably more feedback on opening up the Reynolds Pass to Lyons current walkway section to fishing from boats than any other issue from the time the work group was established. And as I read the survey that was done, I believe in 2018, it was not clear at all that the trade that was being made by the commission at that point for creating a rest rotation section in trade for opening up that section that had previously for over 30 years been a walkway fishing section only, that was made clear to the public. And then a few of us went up and looked at the boat launch site, the FAS at Reynolds Pass, and it certainly is not currently set up to accommodate the type of traffic that would occur if we shifted the current traffic from Lyons down up to that section, which is really what's proposed here. And I just make an additional note that Lyons to Palisades section of the river probably gets the most traffic of any section in the river because we're accommodating outfitters and guides from West Yellowstone and Idaho who have a lighter drive if they stop and fish that section. And this proposal had unanimous support from the River Work Group. So with that, I move the commission propose repealing ARM 1211-6702 and 1211-6706. I second it.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions before I go out for public comment? Go ahead, Commissioner Byers.
Madam Chair, I don't know if this is a question for Ms. Doctor or Dr. Rice, but would you describe the process from here after this vote in order to repeal or replace an administrative rule?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Bioworth, I believe Chief Legal Counsel indicated me for that. So that will follow the administrative rule process. So after the commission makes the decision today, a notice will be filed with the Secretary of State. Then we will do a public comment period. If necessary, we'll hold a hearing. And then, we'll follow the Secretary of State schedule and bring it back to you, describing the public comments for a final decision. And then the rule will be filed with the Secretary of State.
So I guess I have a question. How will that be done by our December meeting? Will that process be finalized by our December meeting for us to have?
Chair Robinson, commissioners, right now, the word that I have received from our staff and legal that are working on the rules is they're dealing with the large package for licensing right now. They're not sure if they'll be able to get the Madison one also done by December. So it may not meet the December meeting. It may come after that.
So that brings me to Ms. Doctor, I thought the ARM said that if it wasn't January of 2022, it would go into effect if the committee or the working group had not removed it. I don't remember the exact wording, but the fact that it's in process, will that take care of that part of it, or because we wouldn't have it finalized by that date?
Chair Robinson, and Eileen, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that is the date that was extended for Madison. Nope, she's already shaking her head.
Yeah.
So I'm going to defer that to Eileen in response.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, you are correct. The rules that are currently in place, both for walk rate and rest rotation, state that unless otherwise changed, they would go into effect January 1. Within the fisheries division, we have looked at that and considered it. There's not that much fishing occurring on the river January and February. Probably what we would do is, the other complicating factor here is a regulation booklet goes to press the first working day of January. So right now with this may or may not being resolved by the end of the year, our plan right now is to keep the regulation booklet as is. If we need to, what we can do is put signage up at the locations on the Madison where it would be appropriate, and then correct things as necessary as we go. If it doesn't get to you in December, and my understanding is part of the problem with December is the early December meeting because of the holidays. So and our schedule is really determined by the Secretary of State. If it can't get to you by December, it would be in front of you in February. However, if necessary, and if the commission desired, we could call a special meeting in January to get it done quicker. So hopefully that helps answer your concerns.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
Chair Robinson, I have a comment related to that, and I think I'll direct this to Director Warsack. We were told at the work group meeting in early September that by meeting, we did a rushed meeting 2 weeks after our initial meeting, that by meeting in the month of September, that we'd be able to bring this to the commission at this meeting and catch this reg change and make the change in time to adjust the booklet for 2022. So I'm very disappointed to hear this now, and I know the work group will be disappointed as well.
I'm going to defer that to Director Rice.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, if you remember back to the discussions at the work group, there was 2 separate timelines discussed, one for regulations and one for a rule change. Regulation changes, yes. We just did finalize those for 2022. Those will all go into the booklet for next year. The rule, as you recall back to the work group, I did mention that any administrative rules are on a separate time frame. I did check in with Becky and her legal staff, and as I mentioned, we don't fully dictate that schedule. That's dictated by the Secretary of State. Obviously, we'll do everything we can to get it done by December, but it may not. And that was discussed during the work group meetings.
Thank you. Madam Chair. I'm not sure who to ask this of, but is there any way that the rule package for licensing, which I presume that's the one we just got done approving, the new rule 1, can we adjoin these things to it and make it part of one package?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, it's not really a matter of which one goes first. We could certainly just administratively put these before the licensing rule. It's the Secretary of State only has 2 filing dates per month. And so it's every 2 weeks they allow us to file rules. So we have to get them drafted and to the Secretary of State. That is, I think, already done. That's pretty easy. Then we have a 30-day public comment period that has to occur. And so even if we file tomorrow, which I don't think is the case, I think there's a lag from now until the next filing time. You'd have 30 days, and then we have to bring it back to the commission in order for you to pass it. And then sometime after that, I believe it's 10 days, then it becomes published. And so its effective date is really dictated by the Secretary of State's rules, and they're really prescriptive in the Montana Administrative Procedures Act. So we often run into these time crunches because we've got to deal with commission meetings, proposal and final, and then we also have to maneuver around filing deadlines, and then some buffers that gives the Secretary of State some time to look at it before it becomes effective. So all of that taking into consideration, it's hard to get any rule done, even when it's a department rule, within 3 months. And so this is a really truncated timeline. So I think we're trying to figure out a way if we could, bump this up to get it in the regulations. But Ms. Rice's perspective on this is likely that it may go into January.
Could I ask you for a clarification? So did you say we could have the book? What would be in the book in the regulations? And then you said you could use signage. Okay.
Chair Robinson, what we would plan to do is to print the Madison regulations in the book as they currently are. If the rule passes as proposed, that is how the regulations would look for next season. If the rule is not finalized by January 1, the existing rule, which is proposed to be repealed, goes into place.
Could you make a note of that it's in the process of possibly being repealed, and for them to just get a heads up of check on it?
Chair Robinson, what we would do is we're hedging on going in the direction that's proposed. So the easier thing to do is on our website and on the regulation, there will be an asterisk, like you say, and we've done this before. This actually happens every year for one reason or another, where there's regulations that happen that don't get in the book. It happened this year on Canyon Ferry and parts of the Missouri when those regulations were changed. Our standard practice is to notify at the launch sites. We'll put it out to the public. We'll put it on the website. We can put an asterisk in the book, but it's easier to sort of hedge our bets on what we think the book would look like, and then use signage as clarification.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oops, go ahead. May I just add a little bit more detail that I have? I do have the next filing date is November 8th. That means it'll be filed to the public by November 18th. There's that 10-day lag that I was talking about. That starts public comment. The earliest public comment ends is December 16th, and your meeting is December 14th. So that's the difficulties that we run into with the timing of public comment and meetings. There is an option for us to try and call a meeting and address this before January, and that may be what we just try to do.
Okay. It would make it simpler if we could do that, but okay. First, I guess we better vote on the motion. Are there, I think I have not asked for public comment yet. So is there anybody here that would like to make comment?
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, Director, and welcome Commissioner Lane. My name is Mike Bias, B-I-A-S. I'm the Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana. We represent nearly 1,000 professional guides and licensed outfitters across Montana. I myself am a licensed outfitter in Montana. I'm an outfitter and SRP holder on the Madison. And I've represented FOAM on the past NRC meetings on the Madison. And I represent FOAM currently and small outfitters on the current Madison River Work Group. Along with the unanimous decision by the work group to recommend repealing the walk weight and rest and rotation rules set to be implemented next year. FOAM fully supports the repeal of the walk weight and rest rotation rules as well on the Madison River. And I might add too, maybe some alleviation of this issue is that although the rule goes into effect on January 1, nothing actually happens on the river until June 15th. And it opens it up to float fishing at that time. So that might be some additional time or leeway to work this out. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any commenters online?
Madam Chair, we have Hugh Zachem.
Okay. Go *6 to unmute. All right, go ahead.
Commissioners, my name is Hugh Zachem. I'm from Helena, and I'll indulge your time for an 8-sentence comment. During the past summer, a small group of volunteers handed out questionnaires to over 300 individuals fishing the Upper Madison Walk Wade section. We wanted to know their thoughts on the new rule that would allow float fishing in a river section that had been closed to float fishing since the 1980s. The questionnaire asked, should anglers be allowed to fish from a boat on the Madison River from Reynolds Pass Bridge to Lyons Bridge? The results? 99% of the respondents, 301 out of 305, answered no. Many of these anglers have fished this section of the Madison for decades, and they enthusiastically support the walkway status quo. However, they're very concerned about conflicts between waders and boaters if float fishing is allowed here beginning in 2022. And as Mr. Bias pointed out, that wouldn't happen until June. I want to thank the Madison River Work Group and Commissioner Walsh for addressing this important recreation issue before it becomes a problem by seeking timely repeal of Arm Rule 1211-6702. And I'd urge the commission to endorse the work group's proactive proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters online?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, do we have any commenters in the regional offices? All right. We will go ahead and vote on the motion then. All those in favor of repealing the Madison River Rest Rotation and Walk Wade rules as proposed, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Chair Robinson, with your indulgence, I have one very short announcement for fisheries, if that's okay. On behalf of the division, I'd like to acknowledge Don Scar. Don doesn't know I'm doing this, and he's probably shooting daggers in my back right now. Don is retiring at the end of the year after over 40 years of service to the natural resources of Montana, and probably too many to remember years of representing the division at commission meetings. I thought it was fitting today, since this is the last commission meeting that both Don and I will be working at, I thought it was an appropriate time to acknowledge Don. So I wanted to thank Don for all of his long and productive service and for all you have done to preserve, protect, and enhance the aquatic resources of Montana. Thank you, Don.
Thank you. All right, Thank you, Dr. Rice also. We are going to move on to our wildlife section. Public elk hunting access agreements.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm Ken McDonald. I'm the Chief of the Wildlife Division with Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and I'll be with you for the next little bit, going over all the wildlife agenda items. As you mentioned, the first one is the public elk hunting access agreements. What we're seeking today is final approval for 2 additional public elk hunting access agreements for the 2021 season. The first is the Cohen Ranch agreement. Under that agreement, the landowner and his designees would receive 4 690-20 either sex elk permits and a general elk license if they need one. And that would allow landowners to hunt on enrolled lands. There's approximately 67,000 acres of land that would be enrolled under this agreement in Hunting District 690. And in return, they would provide access to 4 successful applicants for the 690-20 either sex elk permit. That was so successful applicants, and then the ranch would select those 4. They would also provide access to 16 successful applicants for the 690-01 B license, and those would be selected by the department. Hunters will be able to hunt the general season and shoulder season on that enrolled land for up to 5 days each. The other agreement is an agreement with the K-Bar K, the Elk Creek Ranch, Bark, Diamond K, and Rainmaker Elk Creek Ranch. So all one property with 4 different ownerships. Under that agreement, the landlord would receive 1 411-20 either sex elk permit for the landowner, the designee, to hunt on the enrolled lands, a total 4,313 acres. Under that agreement, they'll provide access to 1 either sex elk permit hunter selected by the ranch from the list of successful applicants, and to 2 411-20 either sex elk permit hunters drawn by the department. The public hunters would be able to hunt through the general season for 5 days each on the enrolled lands. Per these agreements, the permits for the landowners and their designees are valid only on the lands enrolled, the private lands enrolled in the agreements. The licensed hunters, the public hunters, can hunt on that land or anywhere else in that hunting district. Based on elk population status and management objectives in those 2 hunting districts, we don't anticipate any significant or lasting impacts and are requesting you to approve these 2 agreements.
Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Good. Commissioner Butler?
Just my question is for either Ken or the director is, when are we going to stop visiting over these 454 agreements? This is the 3rd round. We're 6 days. Tomorrow's the 7th day of the general season. The agreements specify that they have to give 10 days notice. So basically we're 17 days in before a public hunter can actually make use of the access. I would ask again, just as I have the last 2 times, that the department come up with a set of rules and a policy that, so that these aren't being presented to us at the 11th hour, technically well after the general season starts. So would you comment on that, especially the 10-day notice that's required and the fact that we're already underway in the general season?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bauer, yeah. As I explained before, this was new to us as well too, and we didn't know what kind of expand we would have. For 20 years, we did 2 of these 454s. And now when the word got out, they're coming in like this. And I don't know how we can really deny them at this point when they bring it forward, even with a short amount of time. So we are going to work on a process for next year to lay this out and say, these are timelines we have to have them in for to meet the needs you're talking about. But right now, I don't know how we can clearly say that we can turn this down because there's X amount of days that people want to hunt. I mean, we sell non-resident licenses with 5 days left in the season, 4 days left in the season, and they buy them.
Sure. The difference is this is a give and take according to statute. In exchange for getting access for a limited number of hunters, we are creating new tags in limited draw districts. And the predictability of that bargain, a one for another, should rely on a complete availability for at least those hunters that are so lucky to be exercise the agreements. This puts the bargain in a very unequal position where I'm assuming you could issue the permits tomorrow or Monday, and the landowners could then begin hunting well before the number of public hunters. So it's not the same thing as buying a permit late in the year. It's an imbalance that kind of defeats the purpose of these 454 agreements, in my view. Any other comments? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, first in general comment, I'd like to also voice my support for a process next year with a firm deadline for the applications for these, because I would agree. I would also encourage the applicants today, should these agreements be approved, to waive, I know it's standard language for the 10-day notice to the ranch manager to hunt, but I would certainly encourage them to consider waiving that requirement, which is in the rules. I'd also like to say that I would like to see next year a report. I think now that we went 20 years with 2, we've had several. I would love to see a report on how these hunts turned out this year with regards to success, and even the comments from the people that were selected from the public. And then I do have and then follow up. There was a couple of points. I do have a specific question for Mr. McDonald. And one thing on the Cohen Ranch I noticed was that the statute calls for a 3-to-1 ratio for the tag or for allowance, and the ratio is actually 5-to-1. And I'm curious if that's a negotiation or if that's something that was unilateral on the ranch's part to go to that allowing 5 hunters for 1 tag versus the 3-to-1 that's required in statute.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, my understanding on that one is that the ranch, the landowner, offered up additional antlerless or opportunities for antlerless hunters to hunt on that ranch as a way to help with population management of elk in that hunting district.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I think that's a very good idea to get a report. That would be good. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we'd already talked about that, get a report, and that's one of the parts of the law that says you have to review them for next year if they want to reapply. And that's one of the things where we can hold the feet to the fire on this. If they don't complete or they don't offer the hunt, then they're not offered that option again in the future. So we really wanted to focus on that for this year. We want to get comments from everybody who participated and see how it worked out. So we're already planning on that for sure.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Tabor?
Yeah, I'd like to make a move that the commission vote to approve the contractual public hunting access agreements with the Cowan Ranch and K-Bar K LLC, Elk Creek Ranch Holding LLC, Diamond K LLC, and Rainmakers Elk Creek LLC Ranch as presented by the Department of Documentation and Verbal Presentation. I second that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siebel? All right, any other questions or comments before I go out for public comment? Commissioner Byron?
Madam Chair, Mr. Director, would you please present a rule before the commission, so at least we understand the progress at some point in the spring or winter time, so we could see what you have planned in advance of the next season.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byron, yeah, we can have that done. We should have that done for the December meeting.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody present that would like to, yep, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for this opportunity. For the record, my name is Marcus Strange, here representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. I'd like to first start by saying we're very grateful for the Cowan Ranch, and specifically I'd like to speak to that. It's a really good example of how these agreements work, both for the landowner and for the public. The enrollment in block management is very exciting, and we're enthusiastic to support this agreement. The commissioners actually did my job for me. I'd like to echo the sentiments and concerns that Commissioner Siebel and Commissioner Byorth raised. That was the bulk of my comments, so I'll just keep it short and say that we have similar concerns. We'd like to see a report. We'd like this to be an open and fair process, and there be a public understanding of how these hunters are selected. I think that would go a long way in public buy-in for this process, and would really help the public understand that this is something that can work in favor of public access. And then finally, I'd just like to say that this is a long-standing program, and it should work for the public. And I think that this agreement with the Cowans is a good demonstration of that. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Thomas Baumeister, B-A-U-M-E-I-S-T-E-R. I'm a volunteer board member for Montana's chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I'm certainly no expert in writing contracts, but I have signed many contracts before, whether it's real estate, buying a car, or applying for a bank loan. And I have read the 13 454 agreements, and they lack specificity. I mean, I'm looking for details. I'm looking for standards. I'm looking for accountability. And I want to draw your attention to one particular aspect, and that relates to the statute that says, that clearly spells out that these permits should be given to either the landowner or an immediate family member or a designated full-time employee of the landowner. I quickly searched on Google to help me understand what immediate family member means. I believe it means spouse, children, parents, and so forth. But it draws a line in terms of an uncle, a cousin, a nephew, an aunt. Full-time employment sounds like it means somebody working at least 35 hours or more to establish full-time employment. So to Commissioner Byers and Commissioner Siebel point, I would like to see at the end, when we see this report, who received these licenses and were there indeed immediate family members and were there full-time employees of these landowners. I am not at all suggesting that somebody has received this that shouldn't have received it. I'm just looking forward to that information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't we have a definition of immediate family? And because I know the block management we do.
Chair Robinson, there is none in the law. There's no definitions for those.
Okay, okay. Any other comments? Okay, are there any comments, I guess, online?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, nobody in the regional offices? Okay, we will go to a vote then. All those in favor of approving the public elk hunting access agreements signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you. Motion carries. I think we'll go ahead and do let's go ahead with the muzzleloader season, please.
Okay. Chair Robinson and Commissioners, the next item is a clarification of the 2021 deer and elk muzzleloader season. We're seeking with this clarification would be a final approval as well. And this is just to make sure everybody's clear on what's allowed and not allowed with this. new heritage muzzleloader season that the legislature approved when they were in session earlier this year. So at the August meeting, the commission approved a motion that any unused license or permit valid during the general season for hunting deer and elk in a specific hunting district would be valid during the muzzleloader heritage season in accordance with the authorizations and restrictions associated with that license and permit. The intent of that was that any unused deer or elk license or permit that was valid on the last day of the general season would be valid during that 9-day muzzleloader season. And I had stated that in the presentation, but it turns out it wasn't that clear in the motion. So today we're just asking to make sure it's very clear. So for clarification, the department's asking the commission to clarify that earlier adoption so there's no question about what would be valid during the muzzleloader heritage season. We've included as part of your package an appended draft muzzleloader heritage regulation. It's just basically the tables out of the big game regulations and now has an additional column for muzzleloader. That shows which permits and licenses would be valid in which hunting districts. And again, the criteria for that was if it was valid on the last day of the season, it'd be valid for that additional 9-day muzzleloader season. The impetus for that is we have some various hunting regulations that, for example, there's some up in region 4 where there's 3 weeks of a general season for mule deer bucks, and then it goes to a permit only the last 2 weeks. And so the idea with this clarification would be only those permits valid on the last day would be valid. So you don't open it up to everybody. So this doesn't change anything that you did in August. It just makes it very clear and understandable, hopefully for everyone.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions before I go up for public or no, I guess I need a motion first.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission vote to adopt deer and elk muzzleloader heritage seasons for 21 with licenses and permits valid on the last day of the general season as presented in the appended draft muzzleloader heritage regulations.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Siebel. All right, I will, is there anyone, thank you, Mr. McDonald. Is there anyone present that would like to comment on that?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, again, for the record, my name is Marcus Strange, representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. I just wanted to rise and say thank you for this clarification. It's very helpful. I would ask again, and I apologize, I know I asked this before, but I'd like there to be some kind of survey done on this. We really need to know how this is going to affect our deer and elk herds. This is a vulnerable time for whitetail and mule deer. Having additional hunters in the field will have some kind of impact, and whether it's minimal or maximal, we'd like to know that. So I'm sure the department is planning on some kind of survey, but I just wanted to take this opportunity again to raise that concern that has been expressed by a lot of our members. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Anyone else present that would like to comment on the muzzleloader season? Okay. Is there anyone online?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. I don't see any hands raised in the regions. Is there anybody in the regional offices? Okay. All right. All those in favor of adopting or clarification on the muzzleloader deer and elk heritage muzzleloader season signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. I think we'll go ahead and do brucellosis and then we'll break for lunch after that.
Chair Robinson, commissioners, next one would be final approval for the annual work plan for elk management in areas with brucellosis. As we stated at the August meeting, with this item, we're looking for approval of this annual work plan. The areas with brucellosis is also known as the designated surveillance area, which has been designated by Department of Livestock, where they have regulations and rules in place to try and limit the spread of brucellosis. The work plan that is presented to you is based on recommendations from a citizens working group And it's for use in areas in the designated surveillance area. The focus of those recommendations and of the work plan are to reduce the risk of transmission between elk and livestock by minimizing commingling of the two. The plan includes the same approaches used in the 2021 plan and previous years before that, which includes hazing, limited fencing, limited lethal elk removal, and habitat manipulations, and other efforts to move elk away from cattle at small scales to reduce the risk of commingling and the risk of transmission from elk to cattle. The proposed plan for 2022 utilizes an incremental ratcheted approach for non-lethal, ranging from non-lethal to lethal. It allows take of up to 250 elk for brucellosis management purposes, although not more than a handful have ever been taken in a year. It maintains the previous land ownership and date descriptions, clarifying where and when elk can be lethally removed and moved away from cattle. The proposed number of elk can be taken is unchanged from 2021. This went out for public comment, a 30-day public comment period following your adoption in August. We received a really limited comment. We had 3 comments. The primary one that was in support was from the Paradise Valley Working Lands Group. So based on the importance of addressing the brucellosis issue and working with landowners, we're asking you to support this work plan for 2022.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone present that would like to comment on this annual work plan? Okay, is there anyone online to comment on the elk management plan for in areas with brucellosis?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move the commission vote to approve the proposed 22 annual work plan for elk management in the areas with brucellosis. Second.
Oh, okay, Commissioner Walsh, okay. All right.
I have a quick, pardon me, Chair Robinson, just a quick clarifying question. Is this primarily an issue in the Paradise Valley?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, Paradise Valley is kind of the center of the bullseye, I guess you'd say, but it extends quite a bit further out. I've got a map here that I can show you. It's mainly southwest Montana. Here's Yellowstone Park, so it's this large group of counties basically around the Yellowstone Park. But again, Paradise Valley is right in the middle of all of that.
Thanks.
I guess I asked for questions before the motion. Must be time for lunch, but anyway. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. We'll break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. So thank you, everyone.
Okay. Posted at 7.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, we're probably better.
Anytime I see this and this, I wonder. Oh, that's just. Hi there. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Matt, this is Randy. Wondering if you're able to hear us okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. McDonald, thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, I'm Ken McDonald, I'm the Wildlife Division Administrator. Our next item is we're seeking final approval on the Deer Adaptive Harvest Management Plan or revisions to the management plan. We also call it the AHM for Adaptive Harvest Management. That was originally adopted in 2001 and serves as a primary guide for recommending regulations for our mule deer hunting seasons. The updated plan provides a data-based approach to developing mule deer hunting recommendations. The basic premise of the plan is to recommend different season types in each of 5 different population management units based on population or harvest metrics. It's intended to help guide our biologists to set regulations for hunting districts so there's a more consistent approach. It provides guidance to the department and the commission, but does not limit the commission decision space. The plan, as I said, divides the state into 5 ecoregions and lays out 3 different harvest strategies: a standard, a liberal, and a restrictive strategy that should be applied depending on monitoring and harvest metrics. And those have been described in the plan and previously during our work sessions. Over the past couple of years, our staff have worked to update the plan as described in that work session. We've addressed updates in the 5 major areas that we've talked about. And then basically have an updated plan that we're looking for your approval on to use as our guiding document. The plan was sent out for public comment following the August meeting for a 30-day period. There was a total of 34 comments received under the heading of this plan. A large number of those actually were specific to a hunting district in Region 1 where there's a limited permit. So not really relevant to what we were seeking comment on. So all in all, we had 13 comments that were in support generally, 5 that were generally non-supportive. There was 20 total related to that hunting district 103 and 4 that were really not applicable to the topic. We feel the changes in the plan are beneficial. They make the plan contemporary and it will help guide our biologists in management and regulations across the state, and are therefore asking you to approve the revisions to the plan. And I do have a couple staff folks here that were involved in the development of the revisions if you have any real specific questions.
Are there any questions from the commission? Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission vote to adopt the revised adaptive harvest management plan. Second.
Thank you. Any comments before we go out for public comment? Okay. All right. Is there anyone present who would like to comment on the adaptive harvest management plan revisions?
Madam Chair and members of the commission, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Marcus Strange, and I'm here representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. I just simply wanted to rise and express the gratitude of our membership and board for the hard work that's gone into this. We know the effort is a long one, and we just wanted to say thank you. So excellent work.
Thank you. Is there anyone online that who would like to comment?
Seeing no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. All right. I don't see anything in the regional offices either, so we'll go ahead and vote on the motion. All those in favor of passing the Deer Adaptive Harvest Management Plan revisions signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, turkey translocations, please.
Thank you, commissioners. The next one is again, final approval on turkey translocations in Region 4. And the reason this is before you is because state statute requires commission approval to move wild animals, including turkeys, from one part of the state to the other. In this case, the department is proposing to relocate Merriam's turkeys from over objective areas to areas associated and areas with game damage, I mean, to areas where populations are low and could use some supplementation. Our objective is to move turkeys over the next 3 winters to habitat within riparian or mountainous ecological systems of the Judith River, Missouri River Breaks, Big and Little Belt Mountains, Big Snowies, Judith, and Moccasin Mountains. Trapping would occur during the winter months. Release sites would be identified by biologists in Region 4 based on habitat conditions at specific locations. If the location site is on private land, we would secure permission from landowners and affected neighboring landowners prior to any augmentation on private land. And we would cooperate with public land management agencies prior to any release on public land. This went out for a 30-day comment period following the August meeting. We received 16 comments on the proposal. 14 expressed support. 1 was opposed to translocating birds to private land. And the other one was not real clear, but sort of implied concerns about transplanting to private land. Based on the support, the support hunters have for turkeys and our willingness to make sure we're not impacting private landowners that don't want to be impacted, we're recommending that the commission approve this translocation in Region 4 over the next 3 winters.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. McDonald? Commissioner Walsh?
Chair Robinson, I had just a couple. One is there any evidence of negative impacts of these transplanted turkeys on upland game species, specifically huns and sharptail?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, none that I'm aware of. They're used in different areas and different habitats. The turkeys in particular, like where there's overlap, are primarily in the riparian areas and that more heavily wooded area versus the more open habitats.
Okay, go ahead.
One other, just for folks in Region 4, how do private property owners apply to have turkeys planted on their land? Chair Robinson and Commissioner Walsh, there's really not an application. It'd be just visit with their local biologists. Typically landowners and the biologists would have a relationship, and if there was a desire for something like that, if they talk to the biologist or game warden for that matter, let them know, they would evaluate that site. That'll be run out of Lewistown?
Probably out of Great Falls.
Out of Great Falls, okay.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I move that the commission vote to approve the proposal to augment Merriam's turkey populations in Region 4. I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is there anyone present who would like to comment? Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
I'm seeing no one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor of approving the turkey translocation in Region 4 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Right. Spring 2022 Lake Goose Conservation Order hunt in the Central Flyway.
Thank you, Chair Robinson and Commissioners. This is a new proposal, and so we're asking you to consider it, and if you approve it today, it would go out for public comment. And what this is a proposal to establish what's called the conservation order hunt for light geese in the Central Flyway portion of Montana. And the reason it's called a conservation order is it's related to some federal rulemaking, where a conservation order is a special management action that's needed to control certain migratory bird populations when traditional management programs are unsuccessful in preventing the overabundance of the population. Traditional management methods being your normal hunting. The proposal today is based on a federal conservation order that enables the take of snow geese and Ross's geese in the Central Flyway portion, in the Central Flyway, including the Central Flyway portion of Montana. And it has to occur in the spring after all other waterfowl seasons have closed. The purpose of the order is to reduce or stabilize populations of light geese that are at such an abundance that they're damaging northern nesting areas. So this is very clearly intended to not be defined as a hunting season. We have federal frameworks for migratory bird hunting with the Central Flyway. For geese, the framework allows up to 107 days of hunting during the normal waterfowl season. So if we called it a regular hunting season, we would exceed that 107 days. So that's the reason that it has to occur after all of the other waterfowl seasons have ended. So this conservation order hunt for light geese that we're proposing differs somewhat from the regular hunting seasons. Some of those items is we're proposing a date of March 1 to May 15th for the entire flyway within eastern Montana. There would be no daily or bag or possession limits. The shooting hours are a half hour before sunrise to a half hour after sunset. The normal regular waterfowl season it ends at sunset. So this allows a half hour after sunset. Shotguns are not required to be plugged to a 3-shot capacity. And in terms of license requirements, we'll be asking that we require a special free light goose conservation order license. And that's because one of the requirements of the conservation order is we have to report to the Fish and Wildlife Service how many participated in the hunt, at what level of effort, and what level of harvest. So this free license would enable us to be able to contact hunters and gather that information. They would not be required to have a migratory bird license or any other prerequisite licenses or a federal duck stamp. Some of the regulations that would be retained from regular waterfowl seasons include no electronic calls are permitted, and that's because it's precluded by state law. Baiting is not permitted, and lead shot is not permitted. And those are both federal regulations. As one of the points noted in the cover sheet is we don't have large numbers of white geese in this part of Montana during this time of year. So opportunities will be limited, and if this is approved, we'll try and make sure hunter expectations are tempered. That being the case, though, it is an opportunity that we can provide, so we're bringing that for you today. We do have in your packet a draft copy of the proposed regulations, so you can see pretty much what the full regulations would look like. If you approve this today, it would go out for public comment, and we would be back in December for final approval. Again, implementation would be March 1st. Happy to answer any questions on that, and I've got Brian here to help as well.
Any questions from the commission?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor?
Mr. McDonald, what would you imagine would be the fee charged for this license? And then also, is it a different fee for residents versus non-residents?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner, Vice Chair Tabor, that we're proposing a free license, so no fee, again, because the idea is this conservation order is to reduce numbers of white geese. So no fee, and then what was the other question?
Well, you kind of answered, so non-residents would be eligible to get this if they came in.
Yeah, that's available to residents and non-residents.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, would you entertain a motion?
Yes, please.
I move the commission adopt for public comment the proposed light goose conservation order for 2022 for the Central Flyway in Montana as presented by the department and described in the appended draft 2022 light goose conservation order for the Central Flyway.
Seconded.
Thank you. Okay, is there any commenters present? Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
Seeing no one online.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no comments, all those in favor of approving the spring 2022 light goose conservation order hunt in the Central Flyway signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, we'll move on to the grizzly bear relocation sites. Region 1 through 5.
So Chair Robinson, Commissioners, again, this is a proposal for approval of grizzly bear relocation sites. For decades, Fish, Wildlife and Park staff have been responding to grizzly bear conflicts, and sometimes the response includes trapping and relocating grizzly bears, primarily to remove them from the site of conflict and to be able to address the source of the conflict. Bears may also be relocated for population augmentation, such as we're doing in the Cabinet Yaak right now, or for the purpose of genetic exchange, which is one of the things we're looking at to help with the issues in the Greater Yellowstone. In the last legislative session, the legislature passed Senate Bill 337, which requires the Fish and Wildlife Commission to approve all sites where grizzly bears will be relocated by the department. The effective date of that bill is March of 2022. So we need to have the sites identified and approved prior to next year's bear season. So that's what we're asking today. What we've done is directed staff to work with land management agencies and have assembled a list of potential release sites in each of the Cabinet Yaak, the Northern Continental Divide, and the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem. All proposed sites are located within established occupied habitat and are located both inside and outside of designated recovery zones. While there are a lot more sites identified than will be used, it's important to have a lot of alternatives as certain sites on that list may not be available at the time a bear needs to be relocated. So alternatives are important. The list of potential sites includes a mix of sites that have been used historically and new sites. And again, these are ones that have been worked out with the land management agencies. There's a couple, I believe, on private property that were also worked out with the landowners. One additional point is per Senate Bill 337, FWP will not relocate a grizzly bear if it's in conflict and it's captured outside of a designated recovery zone. So if it meets that criteria, then it will be up to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to move that bear. And one caveat is they're not subject to this list. But if it's an FWP person, it has to be a site that the commission approves. So what you approve today will go out for public review and comment, and then we would come back in December with a final proposal and final approval. Happy to try and answer any questions on that.
Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the proposed grizzly bear relocation sites as depicted in the company maps and spreadsheets for public comment. Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane. Okay, any comments or questions before we go out? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Donald. I will open it up for public comments on the grizzly bear relocation sites. If you guys want to maybe line up, that would make things go a little faster. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Eric Lewis. That's ERIC CLEWIS, and I'm here representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. We support the recommended release sites.
Can you pull your mic just a little closer? Thank you.
I believe that these sites, as proposed, support the flexibility needed by biologists to determine where grizzlies are relocated on the landscape. The ability to relocate grizzlies both within and outside of designated recovery zones will be of paramount importance to ensuring successful relocation of problem bears. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is George Edwards. I'm here representing Montana's Livestock Loss Board. Montana Livestock Loss Board is opposed to relocation of grizzly bears in areas near livestock operations. During the 2013 session, grizzly caused loss was added to our board for compensation and loss prevention efforts. Since that time, grizzly caused loss has steadily risen. During our first full year, we paid for 33 head of livestock, amounting to $55,000. By 2019, this had risen to 173 head, amounting to $143,000. Money to pay claims comes from state general fund. Relocation of bears only increases the demand for general fund dollars and directly impacts all Montana taxpayers. According to USDA Wildlife Services, they've seen an all-time high in requests for investigations related to grizzly bears in 2021, and this year is not over yet. Our board does not have the financial resources to continue livestock death loss payments if this rate continues to rise. Our board opposes all relocation sites along the Rocky Mountain front due to increased livestock death loss. We also oppose relocation sites in Madison, Powell, Sweetgrass, Stillwater, and Carbon counties for the same reason. If relocation is conducted in these counties, FWP should help foot the bill for USDA Wildlife Services investigation and loss prevention efforts. State Law 2-15-3112 states Wildlife Services has the final say for determining the cause of livestock deaths. In the near future, we will no longer be able to provide Wildlife Services any funding due to increased livestock loss caused by grizzly bears. Keep in mind, almost half of USDA Wildlife Service funding is already provided by the ranchers themselves. This means ranchers are funding a portion of the trapping efforts for FWP, along with many of them having livestock lost due to grizzly bears.
Mr. Edwards, your time is up if you want.
Oh,
Just
dang it.
Well, you could email us the comments also. Okay, all right, thank you. I have a quick question. Mr. McDonald, so you said you worked with other agencies. Did you work with the Department of Livestock at all on these sites?
Chair Robinson, that wasn't with Department of Livestock, so it was with the landowner, land management agency, so Forest Service, BLM, DNRC.
Okay, but, okay, you said there are some private landowners in there also.
I think there was one private landowner in that region 1 included.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead. Hello, Chair Robinson and members of the commission. My name is Leah Johnson. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Montana Wool Growers Association. And with me here today is also John Sampsell, one of our board members, and online is our past president, Dave McEwen. The Montana Wool Growers Association are here in opposition to the proposed grizzly bear relocations on behalf of our 450 member families that raise sheep in the state of Montana. MWJ sees two main issues with this proposal. One of them being that many of the proposed areas are already heavily populated by the grizzly bear. And by adding bears to these locations, we are bound to see more conflicts arise. This will create more burden on landowners, livestock producers, and those living in proximity to those high density areas. This is a livestock and wildlife predation issue, as well as a personal safety concern. More livestock conflicts create more work for Wildlife Services who investigate the losses and create issues with the funding for the Livestock Loss Board. Funds for both of these programs are not infinite, and much of the Wildlife Services funds do come from livestock producers themselves. Secondly, since no movement has been made towards delisting the grizzly, this is strictly a federal issue, and Montana Wool Growers has been in support of delisting the grizzly bear and returning management to the state. This is a federal problem, and we believe it should be fully funded through the federal government. And we would urge you to please vote to reject the proposed plan for relocation of the grizzly bears. And mainly overarching, Montana Wool Growers just sees that there is a lot of problems with relocating right now, and we don't know that these areas are going to improve where we're at right now. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Rayleigh Honeycutt, HONEYCUTT with the Montana Stock Growers Association. We wanted to just express our thanks to the commission for allowing us to provide comment on these relocation sites, and also express our thanks to the FWP staff for their diligence in working with and cooperating with other agencies to identify these locations and roll those out for us to comment. We've already shared these relocation sites with our membership and look forward to providing additional comment during the comment period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Tim McKenrick, last name's McKenrick. I really didn't come here today to discuss this, but I see an ongoing problem. And, you take bears from one location, put them into a different location, and then in a little while, we're going to talk about wolf trapping and the proposals there. So now what I'm looking at here is that you're going to take more bears, put them in more locations, which is going to restrict the ability of the trappers to be able to get into those locations because now the bears are there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present who would like to comment? Okay. Do we have anyone online wanting to comment on the grizzly bear relocation?
Yes, we have Trina Joe Bradley.
Okay, go ahead. *6 to unmute. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. My name is Trina Joe Bradley, and I am the Executive Director of the Rocky Mountain Front Ranchlands Group. I have numerous concerns about these proposed relocation sites, but the most important is the proximity of these sites to farms, ranches, and communities. Considering the excessive amount of grizzlies we have roaming private and public lands right now, I would say the focus needs to be on lethal removal of conflict grizzlies rather than moving the problem to someone else's backyard. It is also disheartening to hear that livestock producers were not consulted when finding these new relocation sites or considering whether to use the already established sites. And I will have much more comment for you guys in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Yes, this is Sarah Lundstrom. That's LUNDSTRUM. And I work for the National Parks Conservation Association based up in Whitefish, Montana. And we believe for decades, the state bear managers have been doing a great job using their expertise to evaluate the unique situations and determine where particular bears have the best chance of success when relocated. And the commission should continue to rely on management experience of state bear specialists when determining what sites should be approved. We believe that the flexibility provided by having the greatest number of relocation sites approved is important for state bear managers to continue doing their jobs in managing bears across the landscape. More options means quicker management decisions that reduces stress on bears and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks staff, and it spreads out the social implications of real or perceived threats, which is essential for building tolerance for bears. In that line of thinking, it would be great to see more relocation sites on the northern end of the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem and west towards the Beaverhead, where bears have been documented and food storage orders are currently in place. One of the components of successful recovery for Greater Yellowstone bears is genetic connectivity to the bears of the Northern Continental Divide. And the commission should support natural genetic connectivity by approving potential relocation sites that are at the furthest edges of the two recovery areas. We also believe that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks should identify relocation sites in the Bitterroot ecosystem, since that is an identified grizzly bear recovery zone, and there have been bears trapped and identified in that area. The best option going forward for the Bitterroot is to have return bears that were trapped within or on the edge of that ecosystem back into it. Finally, we would encourage Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to build plans around how to coordinate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife staff to meet the needs of landowners who experience conflict bears outside of the recovery zones. Biologists need to have clear set of tools and resources for how they do their jobs. And if the commission is going to restrict that in any way, then they should be working with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks staff and communities to develop plans for implementation of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Representative Paul Fielder in Thompson Falls, Montana. I would like to, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Yep, we can hear you.
I'd like to make the recommendation that grizzly bears only be relocated into grizzly bear recovery zones. That's what they're set up for. So I agree with the Montana wool growers, the Montana stock growers, that's where grizzly bears should be released, not into non-recovery zones. You're going to later be hearing about wolf trapping and snaring restrictions that are based on where grizzly bears occur, not recovery zones. And by not releasing them into recovery zones or releasing them in other places in Montana, you're just expanding the areas where we would have restrictions on wolf management. So please release bears only into recovery zones as the legislature intended. And if the recovery zones are too full of bears, then that's just an inadequacy of the Endangered Species Act that they're not being delisted yet. The bears have far exceeded delisting requirements according to the 1973 definitions of endangered species and threatened species and the range of the grizzly bear. So release bears only into recovery zones and not outside recovery zones. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hello, my name is Simeon Hahn, and hearing previous commenters in support of the proposal, I would echo those comments in support of maximizing relocation sites and abilities for the endangered grizzly bear. Thank you.
Next caller. *6 to unmute. Yep, go ahead. The writing is too little for me to know what your last name is, but Catherine, could you help me with that one?
Yep, it says Dagmar Riddle.
Okay, go ahead.
It looks like he's gone, so I will put the next one in.
Okay. Flannery Coates, if you would like, *6, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Madam Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Flannery Coates, FLA. Well, you can see it on the screen. And for the record, I'm speaking as myself, as well as on behalf of the membership of the North Fork Preservation Association, located in Region 1, Polbridge, Montana, in the North Fork of the Flathead River Valley, in one of the last intact ecosystems in the lower 48. Here, there's 3% private land and 97% public land. This area serves as an important buffer for wildlife living in the crown of the continent. And I'm here today to ask that you support the following proposed relocation zones. After many years of living in grizzly habitat and working with bear management specialists in the area, I have the utmost confidence in management decisions that are made and support the approval of the proposed grizzly bear relocation sites. These sites are based on science and years of experience. There are many resources available to live and work responsibly in grizzly country, such as Defenders of Wildlife. And for those who have showed up to this meeting today in opposition, I encourage you to research those. Thanks.
Thank you. Next caller.
That's all we have for right now.
Okay, is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commission before we go to a vote? Commissioner Lane?
Madam Chair, thank you. I just more or less want a clarification on this. So we would be proposing that we just look into these sites, put them out for public comment, and then make a final decision in December. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So nothing is finalized today?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question, I think, for Mr. McDonald. The public comment suggests that livestock pays for 50% of the Fish and Wildlife Services. Is there a component of that, the remainder of the other 50% that's funded by FWP dollars?
Chair Robinson and Commissioner Byworth, the department right now provides $110,000 to Wildlife Services, primarily to help with wolf management. I can't speak to the remainder of the Wildlife Services budget.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, Mr. McDonald, was there a consideration given to just relocating to the grizzly management, the current grizzly management areas?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, the direction that I gave staff is to identify places within established grizzly bear habitat for relocation sites and then to work with the land management agencies or landowners to do that. So we did not limit it to just recovery zones. in part because at least for the NCD and the Yellowstone, the two big populations, those recovery zones are probably at or near capacity. So adding more there, it's not out of the question, but it may not be as successful as other places. The other piece to some of this is just geographical distances. You know, and sometimes to take a bear from way over here to get it in the middle of a recovery zone is going to be fairly difficult.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
Is the two questions for you, Mr. McDonald. Is relocation done between regions? There was a suggestion by a caller. So a bear, a cattle killer is captured in Greater Yellowstone region. Are they translocated sometimes to other regions, like to the northern region, Continental Divide regions?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, there's a couple examples of that. We have the augmentation program for the Cabinet Yaak. So the Cabinet Yaak in the very northwest part of the state is a real small population, and part of the recovery strategy for that is to move bears into that. Typically they come from the NCDE, so it's still in the same region, but from one ecosystem to the next. The other one I'm familiar with is there's several examples of if a bear being caught on the Rocky Mountain front, and they'll haul it up to the Marias Pass, so get it far away and into more wilderness country in Region 1. So from Region 4 to Region 1. Typically, it's not between regions, but it's more stay within the ecosystem, with the exception of the Cabinet Yaak. We are looking at moving forward, looking at one of the issues that came up with the courts and the delisting of Yellowstone was genetic, their lack of genetic connectivity. So we're putting together some plans to be able to move like NCDE bears to the Yellowstone to address that issue.
Okay. One more follow-up, please. Sure. Given the numbering of these sites, what is the process going to be? And I'll just say this right now that looking at the Greater Yellowstone system, I've got a tenant that runs cattle and are very concerned about where some of these sites are. They've lost a lot of cattle over the years to grizzlies, and moving cattle killers around and moving my problem to someone else's problem and back and forth isn't going to work. So who's going to determine which of these sites is the next on the list in the order of prioritization with regards to, say, a cattle killer being caught its first time? How's that process going to work?
Sure. Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, it's really, we rely on our folks on the ground first and foremost. We've got some really experienced folks, and they evaluate the situation and the history of the bear. So if it's a cattle killer, has a history, they may recommend we don't move that bear at all. And so that's one of the things, first and foremost, is not every bear that gets moved. They evaluate the situation, and then if the decision is we're going to move that, the recommendation is we're going to move that, ultimately the decision is up to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service because their bears are listed. Then if it's, we want to move that bear, then they're visiting with the Land Management Agency. So we got this bear, Deep Creek seems to be a good place. Anything to be concerned with, and so maybe, well, there's a trail crew working there. So we're gonna, the next one is over here. And so it's really is a case by case. It's not a, we're gonna go down the list in some priority area. It's what's the issue with the bear? Where was it? What are potential sites available? Things like that. I did just as a reference, I looked at the report last year for Yellowstone. And so in 2020, we documented 101 conflicts in the Yellowstone. The 10-year average is about 81. So last year was a little more, 101 conflicts that resulted in 12 bears being trapped and captured, and only 2 bears were actually relocated. And those were from one site. So I'm assuming it was like 2 cubs, which means the other 10 that were trapped were euthanized and put down. So it's not a whole scale, just continually moving bears. It's very selective, in part because there are limitations on where you can move bears, when you can move them. you know, a bear caught right now, we'd be hard pressed to put out because the woods are full of hunters. So things like that. So that's part of this whole evaluation process.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Commissioner Walsh?
Chair Robinson, just a quick one. How is this program funded? Is it a federal program or does the state bear the full cost of this?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, it's primarily the state. It's our total grizzly bear program, which is the conflict piece and some of the monitoring pieces, a little over $1 million a year. The federal government, we get some, it's called Section 6 money, which is endangered species, about 100,000. And then they're helping fund our specialist up on the Rocky Mountain front out of Conrad to about 100,000. So the rest is on the state and matching PR dollars.
Any further questions or comments? Commissioner Siebel?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to say that I intend to support the motion on the table today, but I do think that Senate Bill 337 is a great bill because it's bringing visibility and transparency to a process that the public, landowners, stock growers had really no visibility before. So I think this is great. It's a good exercise, and I really look forward to the public comments and specifically about specific recommended areas and those areas that might be conflict. I think you answered. There's areas that are already overpopulation for bears, and until we get state control again and can manage them, this is going to be an ongoing challenge. So I appreciate the efforts, and I look forward to the public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Would entertain a motion? Oh, we have a motion. My gosh, I got lost. All right, so we're going to vote on the motion. All those in favor of the grizzly bear relocation sites going out for public comment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. Bad Rock Canyon fee title acquisition final.
Thank you, Chair Robinson and Commissioners. So changing gears here from regulations to habitat acquisition. So with this one, we are seeking final approval to purchase approximately 772 acres of forest and riverfront habitat along 1.3 miles of the Flathead River, just across the river from Columbia Falls. This acquisition is from the Columbia Falls Aluminum Company. It'll protect important fish and wildlife habitat, water quality, and will provide free public recreation access on that land. It'll also safeguard vital habitat and a travel corridor for bull trout and grizzly bears, both listed species that are found on the property. The project is adjacent to a large block of public lands and would add to a 12,000 acre network of conserved land along a 43-mile reach of the Flathead River between Columbia Falls and Flathead Lake. The property is currently in block management through Columbia Falls Aluminum Company. The block management allows youth and disabled hunters only right now. That could be one management prescription going forward, but we're going to leave that up through the season setting processes to decide a final kind of hunting regulation plan. The property has a trail through it that has been constructed by the Gateway to Glacier Trail Incorporated, which is a nonprofit group that was granted a revocable license by the aluminum company to allow access for hikers, bikers, bird watchers, and others. The intent of the department, if we got this property, would be to continue to maintain that or keep that trail in place, although we would limit access during the winter to provide for wintering big game. Under FWP ownership, public access would be managed to preserve wildlife and hunting opportunities while allowing compatible trail use and property use. The department would continue to pay taxes, property taxes on the property, just like the private landowner does now. The property itself is real highly developable and threatened by rapidly growing city of Columbia Falls. With the acquisition, it would instead be protected as a wildlife management area under this proposal. In terms of the funding, the appraised value $7.26 million. Starting in 2019, we were trying to secure funds for this, and we applied for a Forest Legacy grant, which is a funding program through the U.S. Forest Service to maintain working forests. Our staff was successful, and we've obtained $4 million from the Forest Service through that Forest Legacy program. We would include $2.5 million from the Habitat Montana program. And then we had $590,000 raised by the Flathead Land Trust through private individuals and organizations. And then the landowner, Columbia Falls Aluminum Company, will be donating the remainder of the value. This project went out for an environmental assessment and included a 30-day public comment period. We received 209 comments in total. All were in support of the project. Supporters include the Flathead County Commission, the City of Columbia Falls, the Columbia Falls Chamber of Commerce, the Northwest Association of Realtors, and numerous conservation organizations and individuals. So based on the value of the project and the strong public support, we had a decision notice that was in support of the acquisition. So with that, we're going to be asking the commission to approve this. With your approval, it'll go before the land board for final approval. And just one last note is I'd like to thank the Columbia Falls Aluminum Company for making the property available for purchase for conservation purposes and for the donated value they're providing. And we want to thank the Flathead Land Trust for their work in developing the project and providing funding. It's my understanding that an individual, John, I can't say his name, Stozowski, is representing Columbia Falls Aluminum Company and should be available on Zoom if you had any specific questions of him.
Would you mind just covering the Kootenai Forest Lands conservation easement final also, and then we can, I'll take two separate motions, but we could take comment for both of them. Okay, thank you.
So the Kootenai Forest Lands Phase 2 conservation easement is also a final proposal. This would be a approval for a conservation easement on 27,288 acres of highly productive timberland, wildlife habitat, and recreational land that's owned by Stimson Lumber Company here at Libby. The project would build on the success of nearby Forest Legacy Program funded projects, including 142,000 acre Thompson Fisher easement, 28,000 acre Kootenai Valleys conservation easement, and the 22,000 acre Phase 1 Kootenai Forest Lands easement. If approved, the department would hold the conservation easement and Stimson would retain ownership of the land and continue to sustainably manage it for timber production. The easement would preclude development, subdivision. It would protect important wildlife habitat and key landscape connectivity and provide permanent public access opportunities. It would also keep the working forest land as a working forest, which is one of the requirements of the Forest Legacy funding that we would be using for this one as well. The easement would protect key winter range and a movement corridor for elk, deer, and moose, as well as critical habitat for bull trout, grizzly bear, and Canadian lynx. Currently, the property provides over 26,000 days per year of public hunting and angling use, which would be secured in perpetuity under this proposal. Specifically, the easement gives the public the general right of access to the land in perpetuity for responsible use of the land for non-commercial recreation such as hunting, fishing, non-commercial huckleberry picking, trapping as defined in Montana regulations, wildlife viewing, and other recreational uses subject to certain restrictions. This one, again, we started working on it in 2019. We received support, written support to our Forest Legacy application for the project from the Lincoln County Commission and also from our congressional delegation. At the time consists of Senators Tester and Daines and Representative Gianforte. An EA was completed for the project and included a 30-day public comment period this past July. We received 71 public comments, 68 were in support, 1 opposed, and 1 included a question. And then there was one question from a mineral estate owner who gave formal notice that they had a little over 3,500 acres of existing mineral rights on a portion of the Stimson land that would be in the easement. Our legal staff has looked at that and are available if there's any questions on it. But the bottom line is the department recognizes the existing mineral rights and the dominance of those mineral rights to the surface rights, and the easement would not impact those mineral rights. And again, Becky Doctor or Zach Zipfel can speak to more in depth in that if you'd like. In terms of the funding for this one, again, we applied for Forest Legacy funding, which is intended to maintain working forests. We were successful at getting about $6 million towards that. That funding was applied for back in 2019. Since then, the price of land in that area has almost doubled, and therefore the cost of the easement has almost doubled. So the value of the easement is now $16,300,000. The Stimson Lumber Company has agreed to donate that. They had already agreed to donate some value to match the Forest Legacy. They've agreed to donate that increase value. So they're donating well over $8 million towards the cost of this. Our contribution to it is $6 million from the Forest Legacy grant, $470,000 from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and $50,000 from the Montana Fish and Wildlife Conservation Trust. So again, Stimson has agreed to sell the easement at the 2019 estimated cost, which is about 40% of the current appraised value. So we're extremely appreciative of Stimson and their willingness to take this one to the finish line. We feel the easement is good for wildlife, it's good for people and visitors in Montana, and it's good for the Libby and Lincoln County community. And again, we are seeking final approval to finalize this easement. And again, another note, we'd like to acknowledge and thank Stimson for entering into the agreement and the generous donation towards the value of it amounting to several $1 million. We have a couple folks, hopefully on the line, Barry Dexter and Bruce Rowland from Stimson, or one of those two at least, that can speak to any questions you have.
Thank you.
Also, just finally, want to thank the Trust for Public Lands. They're an organization that helped behind the scenes put this project together and secure some of the funding. So it's a team effort. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions. And we have Mimi Woloch here from our lands office who helped on the agreement. And then again, folks from Stimson and folks from legal if there's any questions.
Any questions from the commission on the two different proposals?
Madam Chair, I just want to express my appreciation for the Stimson Company living up in that area. This is just yet of one of many examples where this company steps up and provides for not only the public, but the preservation of wildlife. They are exemplary corporate citizens, in my opinion. So thank you to them.
Any other Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, Mr. McDonald, just probably the same question I ask every meeting is from a department perspective on both these proposals, the ongoing expenses of maintenance or are there increased expenses at the department level and how are they being covered?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel. So with the acquisition, which is the Bad Rock piece, there will be some maintenance expenses. The primary expense that's been identified right now is development of a parking area, so the ability for the public to use it without abusing it, and then weed management. We're estimating the kind of the startup costs for the parking area, the signage, things like that are about $75,000, and have identified funding to cover that, within our existing O&M budgets. And then just the continued maintenance is primarily weeds and, because it'll probably see quite a bit of recreational use. So, some of the typical things that come with lots of use and, trash pickup and, right now there's not plans for outhouse, but there could be down the road. And that would be covered through our maintenance budgets that cover that, but we don't expect it to be significant. The easement itself, the Stimson really doesn't have any, they're the landowner, so they take care of the maintenance. Our primary expense associated with maintenance, with the easements, is there's a requirement to monitor that they're following their, the conditions of the easement. We have staff in our land unit that does that, so that would get added on, so it's an expense, but not insurmountable.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Walsh?
Chair Robinson, a quick one. Based on feedback from Department Council, I need to disclose that I'm a board member of the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation.
Any other comments?
If I may, I move the commission approve FWP's acquisition of approximately 772 acres of land east of Columbia Falls as proposed. I second.
Okay, thank you. I would entertain a motion on the conservation easement also.
Madam Chair, I move the commission approve FWP's, I'm sorry, I might have. Next page.
Yep.
Next page.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, approve FWP's purchase of the Kootenai Forest Lands Phase 2 conservation easement as proposed. Second.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments or questions before I go out for public comment? Okay. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Is there anyone present who would like to comment on either one of these agenda items?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Paul Travis. I'm the Executive Director for the Flathead Land Trust up in Kalispell, Montana. And we are the partner organization with Fish, Wildlife and Parks on the Bad Rock Canyon project. And I'm very pleased to be here today. I just wanted to speak a little bit to the community support aspect of this project. We've been working for a number of years towards this point in the project, and the community is just, it's amazing the amount of support that we've seen, definitely more than expected. We were tasked with raising quite a bit more money than we've ever raised in the past for a very small organization, and raised about $590,000 with mostly local community supporters, individuals, organizations, and some foundations. As you heard from Ken McDonald, the commissioners, Flathead County commissioners, offered full support for this project, as did the city of Columbia Falls, the mayor, and the full city council. That was unanimous. Northwest Montana Realtors Association also supported this project, along with the Columbia Falls Chamber of Commerce, among many, many other organizations. So I just wanted to offer that. This has definitely been a very exciting project to be a part of and to be a partner of. And I also have to commend Fish, Wildlife and Parks and the staff of Fish, Wildlife and Parks for doing such a superb job. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, I'm Dick Dolan, Northern Rockies Director for the Trust for Public Land. And I want to talk a little bit about our Kootenai Forest Lands Phase 2 project. Very briefly, actually, I think Ken did a great job of explaining the many benefits, but there are 3 points I really want to make. One is that the local support for this work has been unwavering, from elected officials to citizens in the local communities where we work, in this case near Libby. We're at kind of a watershed point in the forest lands of Montana. As Ken said, prices are skyrocketing. Weyerhaeuser, as you know, sold all of its lands 2.5 years ago. We didn't really know what was going to happen. But it's turning out that there are willing partners, enthusiastic partners, landowner partners like Stimson that want to keep this land in production, want to keep it open to the public, and want to conserve it for the long run. And I can't say enough about the fact that Stimson Lumber Company stepped up in the face of really steep price rise from when we started with this project with them to where we are now. It's really not just admirable, it's pretty stunning, actually. So thank you to them. Thank you to the staff at Fish, Wildlife and Parks. They've been great. We've been doing these projects in northwestern Montana with them for a couple decades now, and we're going to do more. And they always do a great job. So the staffing that the department brings to these projects is A1, and they're a great partner. So we look forward to doing more. Hope you approve this project. It's really great for Montanans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Glenn Marks. I'm with the Montana Association of Land Trusts. Could I make just brief comments on both projects?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. We rise in strong support of Bad Rock Canyon. It is just a gem of a project that presents a remarkable opportunity for Columbia Falls and the Flathead. As you've heard, the local support is simply spectacular. You know all the reasons why this project is so valuable. I just want to, on behalf of the Montana Association of Land Trust, tip my hat to Flathead Land Trust, Region 1 FWP leadership. Special shout out to Chris Temple and Alan Wood, who helped make projects like this possible. The landowner and everybody who made this project possible, everybody who funds projects like this, and everybody who supports projects like this. This is a great example of cooperative conservation and public-private partnerships that produce incredible community and economic value. Kootenai, go on.
Go ahead.
Kootenai Forest Lands, part 2. This project should not only be supported and approved, it should be applauded. You heard all of the reasons why from Ken and from Dick Dolan. There are so many benefits that flow from this project. Forest jobs, forest health, public access, saw logs, wildlife habitat conservation, support of Western Montana's culture, and a lot more. We at MOP want to give a shout out to Stimson Lumber, Trust for Public Land, FWP Region 1, the project funders, and everyone who participates in these kinds of forest projects. The conservation, economic, and community benefits of these kinds of projects are dynamic and durable and incredibly valuable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, with your permission, could I speak to both projects?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, Marcus Strange, Montana Wildlife Federation. I'm so excited about both of these projects. I'm a firm believer in collaboration and in Montanans finding solutions together to address these types of issues. The Bad Rock Canyon project is an awesome use of Habitat Montana money. It's going to do all the things that the other proponents have said and hopefully more. It's just a fantastic project and we are enthusiastically in support. The Kootenai Forest Lands conservation easement is incredible. Again, everyone highlighted the really key elements, the hunting, the fishing, the keeping working lands in working hands. If for no other reason, you should support it for the huckleberry picking. I mean, how many projects secure huckleberry picking? That's pretty cool. So we are very excited about both of these projects and we hope that you will support them as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Chris Marchand, and I'm here today representing myself, although I'm on the board of directors for the Anaconda Sportsman's Club and for the Montana Wildlife Federation. I have a long history over the last almost 30 years being involved in these kinds of projects. And while I've not been involved in this project and really not familiar with the principles of it, I have done this kind of work for the last 30 years and projects that are this size and larger. And so I can speak to the difficulty that it is to put these kinds of things together. They are difficult to do. And I've always said, you don't get anywhere unless the owner believes, has a conservation ethic. And I think that that's what's demonstrated here. Both of these owners could certainly, it would be a lot easier process and they could do a lot more better financially. They are doing these things because they have a conservation ethic and they need to be applauded for it. Especially the Stimson Lumber Company. I'm involved in the conservation community. A lot of times we bring a different perspective than they have to the table, but they have a long history of working with the public conservation organizations. They're really exemplary in the state. And so I applaud them. And also, when you do these things, it's amazing. I think it's been kind of mentioned here today. The complexity of these projects and the number of partners that it takes to bring it together. And Trust for Public Lands is also a group that I have worked with over the years. And we're so fortunate they're a national group with real capabilities that can look at some of these larger things and do some things. They have a significant imprint on the state already. And we're really fortunate to have them here in the state and to be able to facilitate that, because without facilitators like them, these things don't get done. The last comment I want to make is that, there will be some continuing expenses, and the sportsmen of this state, the department has a budget. We have money sitting over here that needs to be appropriated to do these things. And if the department needs to do things, they need to step up and ask for the money. The money's there. And if the money isn't there, I'm sure the money is there, but if the money isn't there, if we all added $1 to our elk tag, we could do this. And so the public wants to have these properties, but we want to do our part to make sure that they're properly maintained. And I'm not saying this in a critical way. I'm just saying we expect this to be done. We expect to pay for it. We expect you to ask us for the money and to do it. And we should do our part because it has real value. And it's a small price to pay for the kind of opportunities we get. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters present? Do we have any commenters online? And I'll repeat that, is for the Bad Rock Canyon fee title acquisition and the Kootenai Forest Lands Phase 2 conservation easement, both final. Mr. Scott, go ahead.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission and the public, this is Peter Scott, and I didn't catch how much time I have to speak, Madam Chairman.
Are you speaking to both?
I am not, just the Kootenai Forest Phase 2 conservation easement.
Sure, 2 minutes.
Thank you. My firm represents WRH Nevada Properties, the holder of approximately 823,000 acres of mineral rights in western Montana, 3,560 of which are affected by this particular project. As you've heard, many millions of dollars are at stake, and in particular, $6 million in Forest Legacy Program funding. Some property owners, those you've heard from, will benefit, others not so much. The Forest Legacy Program regulations and guidelines establish eligibility requirements. I'll summarize the written testimony I submitted last night. FLP guidelines include, quote, title to each tract must be free of encumbrances that allow uses incompatible with the FLP, including but not limited to mineral reservations. A second point, state law views mineral reservations to come with presumptive easements. In those states, the land is probably not eligible. Outstanding mineral interests must be acquired to the extent possible, end quote. Another quote from the guidelines, the Forest Legacy Program provides where there are outstanding rights for surface entry to explore and extract, the land is generally not eligible. Only if severed mineral interest cannot be acquired, may the proponents seek a remoteness study. You've heard today from Mr. McDonald that approximately 220,000 acres have been put into projects, including this one. In each case, remoteness studies have been used, and in each case, no communication with the mineral estate owner has occurred. No effort to acquire the mineral interest has occurred. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has said, and it was acknowledged again today, that these mineral rights may be exercised within the affected area. That acknowledgement is inconsistent with the professed requirements to protect these surface rights in perpetuity. The two cannot exist at the same time. All of these recent conservation easements and this are based on a remoteness study and have left out a prospective and required partner who is the owner of the dominant mineral estate. The regulations are clear regarding eligibility. Those regulations have not been complied with, and this project should be tabled and those requirements fully addressed before the commission acts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, would you like to respond to that?
Madam Chair, if I could, our attorney Zach Zipfel is on that.
Okay.
That has worked on this and can speak to it
Okay.
better than I. Thank you.
Mr. Zipfel, if you'd like to speak to that, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Zach Zipfel, legal counsel for the department. I can respond to some of it. Some of it I think is probably the specifics as to the Forest Legacy Program. I think that might be better directed toward some of our lands unit staff who are the ones who review those guidelines, communicate with the federal program, and ensure the compliance. I think the fundamental point here is that though that Forest Legacy has approved the project. And so Forest Legacy being the best voice as to its own requirements has said this project meets those requirements. The second point I think that should be reiterated is that Montana law across the country is clear as to the dominance of the mineral estate. And I don't think anyone here is saying that in the event that Mr. Scott's client elects to exercise those mineral rights underlying this surface estate conservation easement, that he can't do so. He can. There's nothing that stands in the way of him doing that. I guess at this point, I'm not sure I remember everything that was raised by Mr. Scott, but if the commission has specific questions, I'm happy to answer those. Or like I said, if it's something specific to the Forest Legacy Program, that might be best addressed to lands unit staff.
Okay, thank you. We may have further questions. Is there any other commenters online? Representative Fielder?
Madam Chair, I would just like to point out something from a legislator point of view. People are very concerned about property tax increases in Montana, and there's cost-benefit ratios to habitat conservation easements, land trusts, and public acquisition of more land. As the tax base shrinks within each county and taxes for habitat conservation easement, land trust, and property transfers to public ownership happen, the increasing tax burden falls on private property owners. So as we see more movement towards private ownership, public ownership of lands, we're going to see increased taxes for private property owners. So that always, it's not a total win situation. It's a cost benefit ratio. And just wanted to share that perspective, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters online? *6 to unmute, please. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Shane Hatfield. I'm from Columbia Falls, Montana, and I represent the Gateway to Glacier Trail Organization and speaking to the Bad Rock Canyon acquisition. We have been the organization that has built the local trail in there, and we highly support that you move forward and purchase this land. And we're looking forward to helping maintain this legacy property for our community, and wanted to speak to that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters?
That's all we have at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Lane, go ahead.
I just have a question on these, what's the 3,560 acres? Are they adjoining acres to something outside of this proposed area? Or are they their own significant block within this area?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lane, my understanding is of the 27,000 acre easement, there's 3,000 of those that this WRH company has the underlying mineral rights on.
And is there any adjoining next to them that you're aware of?
That I'm not aware of.
Are you asking about access?
Access,
Yeah.
yes. I'm sorry, that should have been my main question.
Can I ask you to repeat it?
I guess my question is, where I was going with that was with if there was adjoining access, if these mineral rights were to be exercised, if there would be decent access from the perimeter, I guess.
And Mimi, you might be able to help me. Mimi's with our land unit, so if you don't mind, I'm going to defer to her.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Lane. So we're talking about the 3560 acres, and there are a long list of property descriptions with the original deed that WRH did purchase at a foreclosure sale or a bankruptcy sale. And they would have legal access under mineral rights laws anyway to this property. I'm not sure where the other parcels are to make up this entirety of their mineral estate. The WRH has not allowed us to see their information. They've said it's proprietary. So all we can do is analyze the likelihood that they could develop. And we did hire an expert who determined that development of sand and gravel as well as loads were so remote as to be negligible. And the Forest Service has also relied on that and agreed that that's sufficient for forest legacy funding.
Thank
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Any further questions? Commissioner Meyer?
Madam Chair, I hear this quite a bit that the conservation easements will diminish the tax base. I believe I understood that on Bedrock, correct me if I'm wrong, you would continue to make payments in tax.
Yeah, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byworth, yeah, the department pays taxes, the same property taxes that individual landowners pay on all the lands we own.
Okay, and follow up?
Go ahead.
And did I understand that both county commissions in both projects registered support of the projects?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Okay. The first motion we will vote on is the Bad Rock Canyon fee title acquisition. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Next one is the Kootenai Forest Land Phase 2 Conservation Easement Final. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. We will now move into the Bull River Wildlife Management Area timber salvage.
Thank you, Commissioners. This next item, we are seeking final approval. So this is approval for a forest management project on the Bull River Wildlife Management Area near Troy in the northwest part of the state. in Lincoln and Sanders County. If approved, we would conduct forested habitat improvement treatments on approximately or up to 373 acres on the wildlife management area, including 152 acres of immediate treatment. That immediate treatment would involve mechanical and non-mechanical lop and scatter treatments on areas that we saw this blowdown, and then would be doing some additional thinning and management. What we would do is hire contractors to remove down and wind damaged trees on approximately 120 acres. We've removed conifers around aspen clones to help stimulate the aspen on 22 acres. And then he would thin approximately 10 acres of dense conifer stands along the eastern boundary of the wildlife management area, which will help it serve as a fire break. Following the treatment on those acres, we would continue to monitor bark beetle infestation in adjacent stands and potentially remove infested trees for up to 5 years or through December of 2026. Monitoring and follow-up treatments would be evaluated annually for beetle infestation, and tree removal would be implemented if deemed necessary to minimize localized outbreaks. We put this project out for public comment after you gave a tentative approval in June and completed an EA analyzing the impacts. We sent notices and or copies of the EA to 45 people, including neighboring landowners, as well as publicized the project, and we received no public comment. So based on the importance of the project for wildlife habitat, based on the analysis and the lack of public issues, we're recommending you approve the project as described. And with your approval, we would start as early as December of 2021. And I do have Jason Park, who's our FWP forester here, who's kind of spearheading the project if you have any specific forest related questions.
Okay. Any questions?
No, Madam Chair, I'd move that the commission approve the timber salvage and management activities on the Bull River Wildlife Management Area as proposed.
Second.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. McDonald. Are there any comments? Are there any commenters online?
There are none at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead with the vote then. All those in favor of the Bull River Wildlife Management Area timber salvage in Region 1 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Right, next will be the Donny Lake Forest Habitat Project in Region 2.
So commissioners, this is a proposed project. So if you approved it today, we would complete an environmental analysis and come back for final approval sometime in the near future. And the proposal is for authority or approval to conduct forest management treatments on 268 acres of the Ovando Mountain and the Donny Lake parcels of the Blackfoot Clearwater Wildlife Management Area in Region 2. Proposal will involve needed commercial thinning of intermediate and codominant Doug fir and western larch and mature forest stands, and then pre-commercial and commercial thinning of young mixed conifer stands. The purpose of the treatments is to open up the understory for improving forage for elk and deer and to reduce the threat of stand replacing wildfire. With your approval today, we would conduct an EA and public review process and may include a planning level field tour if circumstances warrant. We recommend the commission approve FWP continuing to develop and analyze this proposal so forest conditions can be addressed and wildlife habitat values retained or improved. Any questions?
Commissioner Tabor.
I move the commission approve FWP's further development analysis and public review of the Donny Lake Forest Habitat Improvement Proposal.
Second.
Okay, second, Commissioner Lane. Any comments? Okay, are there any commenters online?
Seeing none.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead with the vote. All those in favor of the Donny Lake Forest Habitat Project in Region 2 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Quentin will be handling the next one.
Would you consider
Yep. We're gonna take, let's just go, well, we have 7 minutes, so let's go, we'll reconvene at 2:35. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, maybe.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Gujula, if you wouldn't mind talking about our last item on the agenda.
Chair Robinson, thank you. Other members of the commission and Director Warsek. For the record, my name is Quentin Cujo. I'm fortunate enough today to be, I would say, the coordinator of this presentation. There's lots of details here, and I suspect that somewhere through the conversation, I'll ask for questions to go to some other staff, including Chief Legal Counsel and Division Administrator Ken McDonald. Would start out given a request just as a status update. The wolf harvest to date yesterday was about 35 wolves, and if you look at the trend, if you look at both the trend, the trend represented by daily marks, and that number 35, very consistent with recent years' harvest through the hunting season to date. So looking much like it's looked in previous years. And then, of course, there's wolf harvest season to come. The topic here at hand, again, the 2021 wolf trapping and snaring regulation adjustments. So this is a follow-up, if I may, or a next step after the adjustment, after the adoptions that the commission made at its August 20th, 2021 commission meeting. And those adoptions include trapping and snaring regulations with baits and area descriptions that are inconsistent with legal settlement language pertaining to federally protected links and still present potential for non-target captures of federally listed grizzly bears. So in response to those two circumstances, again, that inconsistency with settlement language and potential capture of grizzly bears in wolf traps or snares, revisiting those opportunity descriptions with some specific proposal pieces that I'll enumerate here. Just very briefly, again, Chair Robinson, and we'll stand for questions as will other staff. And first, I would identify moving the trapping season date in areas where grizzly bear presence has been confirmed to a default date of December 31st, recognizing that date could be earlier, not earlier than November 29th, but as late as potentially December 31st. And I'll speak a little bit more to how that change between December 31st and November 29th might happen. But those adjusted dates as proposed would fall into, again, an area that's currently described by wolf management units, existing wolf management units and portions of wolf management units. And those wolf management units have been identified again on a map based upon current grizzly bear distribution. There's some tweaking there between those two polygons, the polygons represented by wolf management units and the polygon represented by established grizzly bear distribution. As we looked to line up boundaries in a manner that made sense to people trying to find their way across the landscape using roads, rivers, watershed divides, et cetera, et cetera. We've heard conversation earlier today about some difficulty in communicating other boundary descriptions. So again, an adjusted later date for wolf trapping and snaring to as late, but no later than December 31st, no earlier than November 29th. The assessment in those areas, in the rest of the state, outside of those wolf management units that have been described in the cover sheet, would be November 29th. The potential for the start date in those wolf management units identified to be within current grizzly bear distribution would be assessed by the department, looking at things like weather conditions, available food sources, observations of grizzly bears or their sign, looking into the population of collars that we have on bears and seeing what those collars are telling us relative to bears in or out of dens. As those later dates move, increase the likelihood that bears are not active on the landscape, but have retreated into their winter dens. If we do find those circumstances, again, we would post on the dashboard on the website, the wolf dashboard, and other places to make sure the public, to do what we can to make sure the public is aware of that adjustment. As written, the proposal makes presents that decision space as a decision made for the entirety of the block of those WMUs and portions of WMUs that we're talking about that again describe current grizzly bear distribution. We've taken question already since the proposal's been out on the street, if that could be applied at a smaller scale or at a WMU scale instead of the entire block based on local conditions being different here than over there. And so that may be a focus of the conversation that the commission has today. Again, right now, the proposal is written as to treat all of those WMUs and portions of WMUs inside grizzly bear distribution as one block. So again, we've already heard that question and just wanted to put that on the table to make sure there's clarity as to what it is currently proposed to be. The other proposal piece is to allow snaring for wolves statewide, except on those public lands in lynx protection zones. That's getting at the settlement agreement that I referenced in some of my earlier remarks. And again, the proposed detail to address that inconsistency is to prohibit wolf snaring again in those on public lands and lynx protection zones. Lynx protection zones, again, targeting the listed species that is lynx. Those are not our polygons. That is to say, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks have not defined those polygons, but those have come from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. If you look at those polygons of lynx protection zone and also look at how those lynx protection zones fall relative to those wolf management units and portions of wolf management units that describe current grizzly bear distribution, the current grizzly bear distribution, those WMUs wholly include the entirety of the lynx protection zones. So they are within that polygon of wolf management units and portions of wolf management units describing current grizzly bear distribution and thus associated with the proposed later date before wolf trapping and snaring begins. Hopefully that made that clear. Those are the two maps that we have placed on the website, and I've placed those two maps at each of the commission workstation today, may further help clarify where, again, one represents the wolf management units and portions of wolf management units consistent with current grizzly bear distribution, and the other one represents just those lynx protection zones. So again, changing the date for wolf trapping and snaring to begin, moving it potentially later, with a possibility to move those dates earlier based on weather conditions, available food sources, observations of grizzly bears or their sign, collar data that comes to us relative to bears in the den or not. That option, those dates, that later date, and the option to move earlier falling on those wolf management units that reflect current grizzly bear distribution. And then also the no snaring for grizzly bears in lynx protection zones. Those are the pieces of the proposal in front of the commission today. If it were to move forward, we'd obviously have to take effort. If changes reflected in this proposal, changes to the current season structure were to come out of this commission meeting, the department would move as quickly as we can to make the public aware of those changes. Chair Robinson, other members of the commission, and Director Warsak. With that, we'll stand for any questions and again remind our parties that other staff may well catch the question better than I.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission? Oh, Commissioner Walsh.
Chair Robinson, I'm just curious how the date will be determined between the 29th and 31st, and how much advance notice will you give trappers?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, other members of the commission, and Director Warsak, a great question. So the pieces of information that we will be looking at will be things like weather conditions, extreme cold, lots of snow. That's going to lend us to, we would interpret those trends to be driving bears into dens, food sources. Maybe there's a particular area within these wolf management units that had an abundance of late harvest of elk. There's gut piles on the ground, and there's also perhaps even recognition that bears are feeding on those gut piles. So food sources like that, certainly direct observations of grizzly bears or their sign, and then also doing what we can to assess the population of GPS radio collars that we have on bears and seeing where those collars are at and if they're stationary, if they're suggesting to us that they are in the den. We'll do that as we anticipate, to the degree we can anticipate storm systems maybe coming in, gut piles being cleaned up, we'd certainly move to communicate to the public, hey, we're thinking about this, whether that be press release, any of the venues that we would use, that we use to communicate out to the public. And then for sure, once that decision's made, if it's made, and the proposal is written right now, is that would be a department decision. We place that in all the places we could, including the Wolf dashboard, the piece of the department's website that specifically addresses wolf harvest, and other pieces of wolf management, press release. We certainly let the commission know and if we were approaching that point in time, whatever that earlier date might be, and whatever piece of the landscape that earlier date might fall to. Perhaps there's something very different in the Yellowstone system that prompts us to move to an earlier date from December 31 versus Northwest Montana, or vice versa, Commissioner Walsh. And then again, right now the proposal is written that we would, if it moves forward as proposed, it would be the whole block moving as once. We might see that as the question has come with, well, gosh, does that mean if you still have winter conditions down here suggesting everybody is in the den, but there's still some radio callers out here, would you hold up the whole block before you moved? And so an answer to that question is we do think we have the ability to assess at a smaller geographic scale if that's what the commission chooses to do. Commissioner Walsh today hit at the answer. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Taylor.
Quinn, could you talk a little bit, so a couple of clarifications, because I think for folks that aren't so familiar, we keep using the term November 29th, but what we really mean is the first Monday after Thanksgiving is being the trigger. And that, you know, at least for this year, that's not going to be the 29th. That's going to be a different date. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I didn't look at the calendar, but I just want to be kind of technically accurate on that. And nothing in your proposal is suggesting a change to the end date of the expanded season for wolf.
Vice Chair Tabor, Chair Robinson, other members of the commission, Director Warsack. Yes, there is nothing in the proposal in front of the commission today speaking to an adjustment to the end date for wolf trapping and snaring. And to your first point, November 29th, this comes out of the legislature, a bill from Representative Fielder that identifies the Monday after Thanksgiving. So that's the Monday after the close of the general rifle season. Humans on the landscape changes, and the focus of a lot of those people changes. And this year's date would be November 29th. To your point, that date moves around from one year to another, but it would be November 20. It is November 29th this year. Vice Chair Tabor.
Follow up.
Yep, go ahead.
The other thing that may not be clear, because the original motion back in August, there was an intent that private land would be available everywhere. The way I made the motion, I did it in error, and at least at that point, one was focused on the grizzly recovery zone. Private land trapping got inadvertently excluded from that. Can you talk now with regards to the availability of snaring on private land in the link protection zone?
Vice Chair Tabor, thank you for that. Chair Robinson. Yeah, you might think about the proposal addressing the concerns of potential capture of grizzly bear. The department in its proposal relying on the date adjustment to be the biggest fundamental piece that addresses that. And once we reach that date, whether it end up being December 31st or something earlier in these wolf management units, that represent current grizzly bear distribution, all ownership in those polygons would be open to wolf trapping and snaring. Different from, again, the current situation where inside the recovery zones only private land would not be available for trapping and snaring. So it is different from that. And then there's that other piece of in the links protection zones. That includes that settlement does not speak to the private land. So there's private lands included with the trapping and snaring opportunities in those polygons as well. Did that address your question, Vice Chair?
It did. Follow up. Director Warsack, in his opening comments, did comment with regards to the bag limit and to the number of licenses. And I know several people that are interested in this particular topic may or may not have heard. So could you reiterate the department's interpretation on that?
Vice Chair Tabor, Chair Robinson. Yes, and I would first state by the conversation about the bag limit in response to your point, Vice Chair Tabor, is not part of the proposal. That's, as the director made clear in his opening remarks, that's a clarification. As we heard questions, we looked again at the motion that came out of the August commission meeting, and we do see, it's a correction of our interpretation, we do see the bag limit to be 20, specifically 10 available for those persons that purchase up to 10 hunting licenses. And if they were successful with each of those licenses, there would be 10. And we do see that motion also including making it clear that there is up to 10 available on the trapping license. So it's possible for a single individual to hold that trapping license and secure 10 harvested wolves, and to hold 10 hunting licenses and secure 10 harvested wolves for a total of 20. Again, to be clear, that's a clarification. We misread that. We've got some correcting to do, some outreach to the public on that point as well. But again, that's not part of the proposal. That's a clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Glenn.
Madam Chair, if I may, just one more thing, back to the November 29th, I meant to mention. So outside of these wolf management units that have been identified and associated with current grizzly bear distribution, the date is November 29th for a start date for wolf trapping and snaring.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions?
Chair Robinson, may I clarify?
Yes.
One of the things that I think needs to be clarified here is that the two maps depict two different applications. One is a lynx protection zone, and that's where the prohibition on snares would be. The other one is a larger depiction, and that's the geographic location where the dates would apply. And so they both apply to the situation, but there's different geographic location for the snares and the prohibition on public lands in the lynx protection zone. And I just wanted to make that clear on the record. The other piece that you may have said it, Quentin, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that all other regs apply. These are the only changes, the ones, there's nothing else to be changed from the August 20th adoption. Just these two, these two regulations would be the change, and the rest would still carry forward.
Madam Chair, a question for, so Becky, just to be clear, for the one map that is the lynx protection zone, which would preclude snaring, that's only on public land. It does not preclude snaring on private land throughout the LPZ.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, that is right.
Any other questions? All right. For now, I think I'm gonna go to public comment. Thank you. Whoever would like to comment that is present here, please.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm like,
should we make a motion for?
Oh, sure. Yes, that'd be a good idea. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm going to try to make a motion. There will be a revision to what you're see in the packet. I move that the commission adjust the 2021 wolf trapping and snaring regulations as follows. Number one, adjust wolf trapping and snaring open dates in and near occupied grizzly bear habitat to I'm trying to see how I can't even read my own writing here, to a wolf management unit or other aggregation thereof to a date of December 31st, with potential for readjustment for the opening date to be no earlier than November 29th, as determined by considerations including weather conditions, available food sources, observations of bear sign, and telemetry locations of collared bears, and that such readjustment be publicly communicated through the wolf dashboard found at the commission website. Number two, allow snaring for wolves statewide except on public lands in lynx protection zones as depicted in the current fur bear and wolf regulations as described in this cover sheet. And then items 3 and 4 in the packet do not change with regards to those physical descriptions as they appear. So to be clear, my amendment to motion 1 is to speak directly to what Quentin was referring to. I am breaking it down now, giving the department the authority to open wolf management unit by wolf management unit or an aggregation of wolf management units based on real ground readings.
I second that.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll get back to where I was before. Anyone who would like to comment, if you would please line up so we can go through the comments. I think we'll have a few of them online also. Go ahead.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Eric Lewis and I'm here representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. We believe that the measures proposed within these adjustments are certainly a step in the right direction, and we commend the department and the commission for listening to the public and taking necessary steps to prevent non-target capture of grizzly bears and lynx. However, we believe with just a few changes that these adjustments could be made even more effective. First, the potential for earlier trapping opening dates in areas without grizzly bear presence could be cumbersome to enact and could still yield non-target capture of grizzlies. So we would suggest that the commission stick with a hard December 31st start date. Additionally, the trapping end date, which is not addressed in these adjustments, conflicts with data on when bears are emerging from dens, and we would recommend that the end of the trapping season be moved back in accordance with the best available data. Additionally, these adjustments should be expanded to include Wolf Management Unit 250, which includes a portion of the Bitterroot Recovery Zone, and we do not see in the adjustments as well. Again, we believe this is a move in the right direction, and with just a few modifications, this could be a strong step towards preventing non-target captures. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Chairman. My name is Jeff Dara. I represent Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. I'm also from Stevensville, Montana. We're a grassroots sportsmen's group with about 300 members statewide. Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife supports hunting, fishing, and trapping in our rural heritage. Wolf trapping's been around now for the better part of a decade. We've trapped over 800 wolves statewide. There have been challenges to trapping, and there always will be. There are a lot of well-funded groups out there that are fighting us every step of the way. I saw 2 nice billboards on my way into town today addressing that issue. I-177 was an initiative to ban trapping on public land. Montana citizens stepped up and said, no, we don't support that. So we were successful there. In this past session, there were several wolf bills that passed, and that's what we're here talking about, seasons. But we think the intent of those bills was to allow a more liberal harvest of wolves. Wolf hunting is hard. It's not something people just go out and do like you do for elk and deer. It's difficult and it costs a lot of money. So we have some people that are very good at it and some that buy a wolf tag that never go wolf hunting. So in looking at this green map that you have that has the wolf areas in conjunction with the grizzly bear recovery zone in regions 1, 2, and 3, those areas are where 90% of the wolves are taken. And by closing the season to December 31st, instead of having it on the Monday after Thanksgiving, it's quite a change for trappers, and it's a loss. And looking at that map, to be a little bit sarcastic if I could, we think it's a good argument for delisting the grizzly bear because there's a lot of green there. There's actually not any green in the Bitterroot Valley or the Big Hole where we know there are grizzly bears.
Your 2 minutes are up if you could.
Okay. I'll just wrap it up. Thank you. And we just hope that the commission uses the tools that are already there to protect endangered species, and you can use the tools to stop the wolf season at any time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson and commissioners, I'm Steve Capra. I'm with Footloose, Montana.
First of all, I'm encouraged to see that the commission is pushing this date back to December 31st. I think that is a sound move that will help us in this process. I am also concerned about continuing it into March 15th. I think that's something that needs review in this process. Again, we're handing out welfare checks for people to go hunt and trap wolves. That's not your fault. That's the legislature's fault. So when trappers complain about being pushed back, let's remember they're being given a handout to do this. It's wrong. Wolves belong in our state. They're vital to our state. They bring in $65.5 million to communities around Yellowstone National Park. Our organization has sent a letter to Secretary Vilsack asking for a 5-mile setback around Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Parks. It's vital. The reason that this commission is moving is because lawsuits are threatening what's happening, and the public at large doesn't want to see wolves killed. Keep that in mind as you make decisions moving forward. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Commissioners, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, and Commissioners. My name is Tim McHenrick from Montana Trappers Association. Again, we're here talking about wolves, seems to come up frequently. I'm not going to argue about dates and stuff a whole heck of a lot, but I do ask one thing. You know, we have had a start date of December 15th for many years now. We have no conflict starting at that point in time. So again, why do we need to back up even further from that? You know, at this point in time, I would say that if you want to, put a hard date down, let's put it back where it's been for many years now. Set the December 15th start date, and we'll get going on that. Wow, that was a quick 2 minutes.
I don't think that was 2 minutes.
So yeah, that's my request. The rest of this is going to have to get worked out in time. There's nothing we can do about it right at this point in time, but we will be working on it and see if we can't get the rest of this resolved. So I appreciate your time and your efforts in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Director, I don't know if I'm missing anybody else. My name is Michael McHenrick, McKenrick. He said everything I was going to say, almost word for word. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters present? Okay, we'll go online. Do we have any commenters online?
Yes, we do have quite a few. The first one will be Dagmar Riddle.
Okay, just a reminder as to 2-minute time limit. Thank you. Go ahead. *6 to unmute. You're still muted, so try *6. Still not working. You're still muted. Make sure it's not #6 because I've done that myself. *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Oh, I've been having trouble. Yeah, I've got my phone and my computer on. Okay, my name is Dagmar Riddle. I'm from Whitehall, Montana, and hello, Commission Chair. I am for no trapping and snaring in these areas where there's grizzly bears are coming out earlier during the year, and they're staying later before denning, and they come out of their dens in good conditions and then go back in. So I think that there should not be any snaring and trapping in the grizzly and the lynx areas. And I don't think there should be any trapping around the parks at all. No trapping and snaring. It's a method used by poachers, and to give these trappers all this extra killing time is just disgusting. And you're supposed to be proponents for the wildlife. Wolves belong, and they can be useful for the chronic wasting and brucellosis issues. We need to have no trapping and snaring or even hunting around the parks, because these animals are habituated to humans, and that's for all animals, not just the wolves. And I am really glad that I have a commissioner that is pro wildlife, and Walsh as well. The rest of you aren't qualified because you're supposed to be for the wildlife, not for these special interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Andrea Zaccardi. I represent the Center for Biological Diversity and our members and supporters in Montana. I'd like to frame my comments today by noting that because of the aggressive laws passed in Montana and Idaho this year to kill wolves, the Fish and Wildlife Service is considering whether to relist wolves under the Endangered Species Act and take management away from Montana. So with that in mind, we once again advise that you use caution in what you decide today. We urge you to limit the season to firm dates of December 31st to February 28th. That will account for grizzly bears going into their dens late and coming out early as a result of climate change. I think the sliding scale of dates may create some confusion. And just because collared grizzly bears are in their dens doesn't mean that others are. We also would urge you to exclude snaring in areas where grizzly bears may be present, and encourage that the commission define areas where grizzly bears may be present broadly. And finally, would propose that the prohibitions on snaring in lynx protection zones and grizzly bear areas be applied to both public and private lands. Grizzly bears and lynx obviously don't know the boundaries between public and private lands, and limiting restrictions to just public lands risks the incidental capture and death of protected species such as grizzly bears and lynx. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is Ben Scrimshaw, attorney for Earth Justice. The proposal to alter Montana's wolf trapping regulations to limit illegal take of grizzlies and lynx under the Endangered Species Act, it's a step in the right direction, but it's not enough. First, I'll speak about the good. The December 31st start date for wolf trapping in grizzly bear habitat is essential. Of the 7 grizzly bears unlawfully captured in Montana over the last 10 years, 3 occurred in mid-December after the current default wolf trapping start date of December 15th in grizzly bear recovery zones. The later start date is therefore necessary to prevent additional grizzly trapping. And Montana's introduction of wolf snaring is even more dangerous to grizzlies. Snares are far more lethal than traps. And for an example, we can look next door to Idaho, where 2 grizzly bears were killed in snaring incidents in 2020. And prohibiting wolf snaring in lynx protection zones is also necessary because the Fish and Wildlife Service has stated that lynx are especially vulnerable to snaring. So again, these measures are important, but they're not enough. And 3 improvements are required. First, wolf trapping and snaring in grizzly bear habitat through March 15th would threaten early emerging grizzly bears. And the commission should therefore restore Montana's prior practice of ending the wolf trapping season by February 28th in grizzly habitat. Second, allowing the wolf trapping season to start as early as November 29th at the department's discretion and without prior notice or public input is unacceptable because of Montana's history of grizzly bear captures in December. And the commission should instead establish a hard start date of December 31st for wolf trapping in grizzly habitat. And third and finally, the commission must extend grizzly protections to all of wolf management units 200, 250, and 330 because grizzlies must be protected everywhere they're found in Montana. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Ms. Shork, start. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Robinson, Commissioners. I'm Casey York with Trap Free Montana out of the Bitterroot. The wildlife do not abide by our protection zoning. We can't fence them in or force them into a den and lock it. Yesterday's local paper reported grizzlies in the Bitterroots. One breeding age colored female was exploring remote forests between the Bitterroot and Cabinet Yaak recovery areas, just as we would want her to. She's also reportedly in an area popular with wolf trappers and black bear hunters who use bait stations. Thus, the zone restrictions fail to adequately protect grizzlies and lynx. No one needs to trap or snare wolves to justify the significant public safety risk a trapped grizzly presents, or further jeopardize the lives of threatened lynx who allegedly die so easily from snares it's a trapper's favorite. Wolf trapping season date should start no sooner than January 2nd, and this is also to avoid upland game bird hunting dogs. The wolf trapping season should close by February 15th. Biologists verify grizzlies are entering hibernation later and exiting sooner, as in earlier February, and trapping opening and closing dates should be adjusted accordingly. Among trapped grizzlies in 2014, one was caught in a leg hole trap January 12th in Region 1. Instead of allowing the 5,000 of us who completed wolf trapping certification to run amok with snares and no training, require anyone snaring take an updated FWP class. We made these recommendations before and we were ignored. Snaring should only be permitted on private land, and that is not in the lynx protection zone. Only 1/3 is public land anyhow. Require 350-pound max snare breakaways and relaxing locks. Limit trappers to one snared wolf. Require hunters and trappers to present all wolves to FWP and mandate the scientific recommendation of 24-hour trap checks to help reduce the injuries and the deaths. These animals.
Time is up. Thank you. For your comments.
I just had one last final line, please. I feel we can do better, you can do better, and must give due diligence to lynx and grizzlies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to remind everyone to speak to the motion on the table. We have the change of the date and then the different areas, and that's all that is part of the motion that we're have on the table today. So next caller, please. Ms. Erickson, *6 to unmute. There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, this is Marianne Erickson from Portland, Oregon, and I'm speaking for myself. I see these two motions as very, very small steps in the right direction. I support them for basically one simple reason, and that is that they have the potential to reduce the suffering of grizzly bears, lynx, and wolves, and perhaps others of our fellow creatures. Trapping and snaring cause great and often very prolonged suffering to their victims, and as such are ethically and morally problematic from my point of view, especially when they're done in pursuit of trophies or for financial gain. Given that wildlife governance policies should be grounded not only in sound science and democratic process, but also in ethics, I think anything that restricts trapping and snaring should be a very high priority. So thank you for allowing me to express my opinion.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Erin Edge. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. I live in Missoula. I represent Defenders of Wildlife and our 9,300 members and supporters across Montana. The extreme nature of Montana's new wolf hunting season has renewed mistrust in state management of wolves, and there is now a federal review of the listing status. This wolf season will not only be extremely detrimental to our wolf population, but will also cause the unnecessary deaths of other native species and domestic pets. The proposed changes are an attempt to address incidental trapping of grizzly bears and lynx, but they do not go far enough. First, adjusting the opening season date in and near occupied grizzly bear habitat from December 15th to December 31st does not address the threat of trapping grizzly bears in the early spring. The trapping season is currently set to go until March 15th. Grizzly bears begin to emerge from their dens in March, some before March 15th. Trapping in March remains a threat to grizzly bears. Further, no snaring on public lands and lynx protection zones is a good step, but we ask the commission to expand this to other units identified as in and near grizzly bear occupied habitat. Thank you for your time and opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chair Robinson, members of the committee, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Rice. I'm senior representative for the Sierra Club in the Greater Yellowstone and Northern Rockies regions based in Bozeman. I'm representing more than 3,100 of our members in Montana today. Sierra Club opposes trapping and snaring, particularly on public lands that belong to all Americans, not just a small percentage of trappers. But since the extreme and unethical wolf bills passed by the legislature have been implemented in regulations by the commission, we urge the commission to adopt FWP's recommendations to limit wolf snaring in grizzly bear habitat. However, the recommendation does not go far enough. Wolf management units 200, 250, and 330 should be included in the definition of in and near occupied grizzly habitat, and snaring should be prohibited in all areas where grizzly bears may be present. We also urge the commission to make a clear and firm season starting date of December 31st and ending date of February 28th to minimize grizzly bears being trapped. It's worth noting that instances of grizzly bears being trapped in 2013, 2014, and 2018 all occurred after December 15th. Additionally, specific criteria to adjust the season start date have not been made clear, nor is the process. It
Okay,
appears
thank
to be
you for your comments. Your time is up. Thank you. Next caller, please.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Much has been well articulated ahead of me, so I'll keep it brief, but I concur with the decision to hold back the start of wolf trapping season until December 31st and no earlier, as well as I'd like to see the spring season move back to February 28th. I'm concurring with allowing or disallowing, I should say, snaring of wolves on lynx protection lands and public lands. But there are many lands that fall within the lynx protection zone that are private, and that does not take care of that. I'm glad to see the grizzly bear zone redefined to include more grizzly bear occupied territory. While these recommendations are designed to meet some ESA guidelines, it will not negate the non-target captures of grizzlies, lynx, deer, elk, hunting dogs, etc., outside of proposed limited geographic adjustments. Many people feel that wolves are a valuable part of Montana's wildlife landscape, and I fear that this will come to haunt FWP and our wonderful Montana wildlife legacy here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Darius, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'd just like to comment for the record that I also appreciate this move towards opening or making these protected areas more safe for the lynx and the grizzlies. And I would like to also comment that some of the recommendations for additional protections appear warranted, both moving the end date up to March 1st or February 28th to avoid unintentional grizzly capture, and also eliminating trapping availability on private lands which are frequented by lynx and grizzly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, you're unmuted.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Julie Argyle. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. It is very important that you don't let the desire to manage one species, such as the gray wolf, possibly endanger or have a negative impact on another species that is protected under the Endangered Species Act, such as the grizzly bear and the lynx. It is my opinion that changing the opening date of trapping is not enough and that you need to consider 24-hour trap checks along with possibly moving the end date of trapping as well. Lynx are always on the landscape and male grizzly bears start emerging from their dens at a very early date. It is important to take these additional steps in an effort to keep them safe. I would also like to see you take a look at the areas surrounding Yellowstone National Park as well, because as we all know, grizzlies cover a very extensive area, especially when in search for food. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, you're unmuted.
Hello, my name is Simeon Hahn. I'm from Wilmington, Delaware, and I am a frequent traveler to Montana to enjoy the public lands and the wildlife, non-consumptive user of wildlife. My comment is in support of the regulation or the proposal to protect grizzly bears and lynx. And I am impressed and support the comments provided for additional protection, including the later start date, the earlier end date, 24-hour check. And yes, Montana's a beautiful state, and there's a lot of us come from out of state to enjoy the wildlife and the lands, and hopefully Montana will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Representative Fielder, go ahead. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I am Paul Fielder in Thompson Falls, Montana. I'm a retired wildlife biologist, and I'm the legislator that sponsored House Bills 224 and 225, which became law this year to allow snaring for wolves and to extend the beginning and the ending dates of the wolf trapping seasons. These bills and House and Senate Bill 314 were brought from Northwest Montana to provide wildlife management options to reduce wolf populations in order to address the objectives of Montana's wolf management plan. Two of those objectives were to reduce wolf impacts on big game and to maintain hunter opportunity for ungulates. Now, opponents to this idea will say that elk are over objective, which they are in eastern Montana, where there are few or not many wolves at all. Now, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks has provided information that 45% of the wolves in Montana occur in Region 1, 25% occur in Region 2, and 20% occur in Region 3. That's 90% of the wolves. But if you look at your maps of where you're looking at restricting the options which were provided in House Bill 224 and 225, you'll see that you're putting these restrictions in there where 90% of the wolves occur. We already fought these battles through the legislative process, so I don't know why we have to keep fighting these processes through Fish and Wildlife Commission hearing meetings. I understand you're in a position where you're being forced to consider options outside of the laws that were passed in Montana, and you're being forced to consider those options through intimidation and blackmail, that if you don't follow through with these recommendations, which you're considering today, that you will be sued in court. Now, as a professional wildlife biologist, I have never been trained in managing wildlife by intimidation or blackmail. So I'm sorry that you're placed in that position, and I feel for you. So we've got to think outside the box. What other options are there for reducing wolves to meet the management plan? You've got wildlife services under the Department of Agriculture. You've got a contract with them. So if you can't reduce wolves with the options you've got, contract wildlife services. They can do it from the air, and they won't attack. They won't be influencing grizzly bears or lynx. The idea is to reduce wolf population.
Next caller.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak today. My name is Jocelyn LaRue and I live in Missoula and represent Western Watersheds Project. I'm pleased to see the steps the Commission is taking to address the potential for non-target capture of grizzly bears and lynx. I would like to echo the comments made by many before me, such as Montana Wildlife Federation, Center for Biological Diversity, Earth Justice, and others. This proposal is a step in the right direction, but it would benefit from several adjustments. First, protection should extend to include wolf management units 250, 330, and all of 200. I would also advocate for the removal of flexibility in start and end dates. A hard start date should be set at December 31st with a hard end date of February 28th to better align with the science of when bears enter and leave dens. As written, there are no specific thresholds for when FWP could choose to open the season earlier or close it late, which opens the door for confusion and controversy and should therefore be limited. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're off mute.
My name is Chris Albert. I am testifying in support of the proposals to adjust wolf trapping and snaring, but I'd like to point out that they don't go far enough. Since the stated goal is to decrease grizzly bycatch, you also need an earlier end date for wolf trapping and snaring. Grizzlies might well be emerging from their dens before your current end date. As a veterinarian, I have the honor of attending to the illness and injuries of animals. Among the worst are trapping injuries. What appears to be just holding is tight enough to cut off blood supply like a tourniquet, causing intense pain and most often permanent injury. Accordingly, I recommend trap check times be reduced to 24 hours to minimize suffering and injury, especially if there is any expectation of releasing non-target animals, such as the grizzly mentioned above and the endangered lynx, as well as people's pets. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're on mute.
Hi, this is Derek Goldman with the Endangered Species Coalition. I'm the Montana field representative calling in from Missoula, Montana. Can you hear me?
You're gonna have to speak up a little bit.
Okay, it's Derek Goldman, Montana field representative with the Endangered Species Coalition. Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to take public comment here today. We think this proposal is a good start, and with just a few minor tweaks, it could be made even stronger. First of all, with regard to motion number 2 on the lynx protection zones, we do know there's lots of private timberland where lynx roam in Western Montana, and we'd like to see the private land also added to that. With regard to the Grizz motion, as previously said by other commenters, we agree and we'd like to see an earlier end date in the spring to the trapping season to protect bears as they're emerging from their dens, which we know is happening earlier every year. We'd also like to see those additional wolf management units in Western Montana also added to that. Finally, we'd also like to see that hard start date of the trapping season is December 31st, so as not to be discretionary, or which could cause confusion among the public as to when the season's actually starting, not only for the trapping public, but also for the non-trapping public who likes to know when trapping is starting and when it isn't, so that they can go out recreate with their dogs on public lands. So thank you if you could make those additions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name's Kim Bean. I am Vice President of Wolves of the Rockies. We're talking about, not going off subject, but it appears Mr. Fielder felt the need to do so with Region 1 and the consistency with saying that the elk populations are horrible and the wolves are going rampant when they haven't actually done an elk study since 2009. So I'm going to get back on subject. We have warmer falls. We have bears that are going in late, as everybody continues to say. Thank you very much for pushing this out till December 29th. But we all know that they are also coming out of the dens really early. And I do believe I will stick with everybody else and say more like the middle of February to have a stop date, I guess is the point. That's a huge thing. The other thing is for Mr. Kujala, saying that you're going to put this out there to warn people about what's going to take place and saying you're going to post it on the Wolf dashboard. Listen, man, this has been a major note of contention, the Wolf dashboard, since its inception. It's been a fiasco from one thing after another with postings, incorrect postings and everything else. So I really don't trust that that's going to take place or correctly take place. So that's going to be an issue. We need to recognize that just because certain lynx and bear habitat overlap, and you've got the lynx protection zones, you have to pay attention to the bears, all of it, the zones as far as that goes, recovery zones and so on and so forth. So again, thank you for pushing it forward to the 29th of December. I think you need to make solid dates, as been stated, but you need to find a better way of communicating with the public on what's happening, not only with our wolves, but anything that would take place with, the heinous theory of needing to snare our animals. Thanks a bunch.
Okay, thank you. Okay, *6 to unmute. There you go. Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Scott Johnson. I live just across the border in Wyoming, and I've got a ranch there, and actually looking for one in Montana because I like wolves and grizzlies. I agree with having the shortest season possible, and if it proves that there's some problems, make it shorter. So that should be easy to keep track of. If you look at the pictures that are on the billboards and you can see all over the internet, where animals are trapped and being tormented before they're killed by a trapper, there's nothing sportsmanlike about this. Now, we keep talking about somebody's heritage. There's private companies and individuals doing amazing things like, going into space. So some of us have a real hard time thinking that torturing an animal in a trap is somebody's idea of entertainment. These animals and this land is owned by everybody in the United States, and there's millions of us. We're not blackmailing anybody. We're not forcing anybody. We're wanting the millions of us that care about this wildlife to make sure that it's protected. And there's a handful of people that seem to get some real pleasure. You've seen the pictures on the internet. Can you tell me that's something? My wife teaches 2nd, 3rd grade. She couldn't take those pictures and show her kids what these people like to do to animals. There's nobody could. And so you've got to get it's almost like wolves are made to be some kind of a demon that God didn't know what he was doing when he put them here, and hunters and trappers are going to rectify it like he made a mistake. That's not what happened. They weren't put here to be brutalized and trapped and suffer in a trap for days. And it happens to dogs, it happens to animals. I mean, I don't even know how you sleep at night knowing there's an animal sitting out in a trap, freezing weather, maybe for a couple days. The people who think that way, we don't have the problem.
Thank you for your comments. I want to remind everyone too that's left to please keep your comments to what we have on the motion on the table. So next caller, please. Yep, go ahead.
Madam Chairman and Commissioners. Sorry, we got some feedback there. This is Flannery Coates, and I'm calling in from Polbridge, Montana. For the record, I'm speaking as myself, as well as on behalf of the membership of the North Fork Preservation Association, located in Region 1 in the North Fork Valley. It's an important spot for those that know it. It serves as an important buffer for wildlife living in the crown of the continent, where we don't have a so-called wolf problem. I'm here today to say thank you to all of you for your hard work and to voice my support in your proposed adjustments to move wolf trapping and snaring date back to December 31st and to reduce the incidental capture of grizzlies before they den, and also encourage, as conversation goes on, to consider an earlier end date. Also to allow for wolf snaring statewide, except not on state lands in lynx protection zones to protect the endangered lynx population. And third, I support the proposed area boundary adjustments to incorporate more of the current grizzly bear distribution and give more protection for grizzly bears. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. *6 to unmute. You're still muted. There we go. Go ahead.
Hello, Ms. Nancy Grassley. Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have been working since about 2013 to do everything I can to ban trapping on public lands statewide, and I continue to work towards those efforts. Since the state of Montana is shirking their responsibility to consider public health and safety, I'm focusing on work at the federal level with the Forest Service and at the local level with the city. And I just want to say I concur with the many people who have spoken up in favor of limits that would protect endangered species like lynx and grizzly bears. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chair Robinson and members of the commission, thank you for your time and consideration. My name is Mika Costarus, and I'm a full-time resident of Celia Lake. I'm surprised you weren't aware of the conflict between the new wolf snaring proposals and the lynx settlement agreement prior to the regulations being adopted on August 20th. But I like the proposal to rectify the situation. While I still have considerable concerns that the new wolf hunting and trapping regulations were adopted without regard to scientific data, in this moment, I'm focusing on protected lynx that may be inadvertently injured or killed because Fish, Wildlife and Parks made an error and overlooked a legal settlement agreement pertaining to our lynx. I'm also concerned about potential non-target captures of our grizzlies. Please do the right thing and make the lawful decision to adjust the 2021 wolf snaring regulations to exclude the snaring of wolves on public lands in lynx protection zones as described in the agenda. Also, please adjust the opening of the wolf trapping and snaring season dates to a default date of December 31st in a near occupied grizzly bear habitat, also as described in the agenda. It's a start, although I agree with others that the closing date should be earlier as well. Additionally, I agree with others that an amendment for a mandatory 24-hour trap and snare check should be adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. *6 to unmute.
Okay, there we go. Hi, my name is, hi, oops. Okay, hello. Hi, my name is Stephanie Farrak, and I have some property in Kalispell, Montana. And I chose Montana because I love wildlife. I love the wildlands. I think we need to do everything we can to protect these endangered species, the grizzly bear and the lynx. There are not too many places where these species can live. And, you know, Montana is fortunate to be able to have beautiful wildlands where they can thrive. So I think the start date of December 31st and an end date of February 15th would be the most ideal. And also, I just want to say a trapped or snared grizzly is a public safety issue. I am out there, I am recreating in the winter, I snowshoe, I cross-country ski, I hike. And, you know, if there is a trapped grizzly or any animal, you know, that's something scary and that could be a lawsuit waiting to happen. And I also think a 24-hour snare and trap check also should be mandatory. This is a public safety issue. And also, I just want to reiterate that public lands belong to all to enjoy, and they should just not be managed by politics, fear, and hatred. And I hope you will do the right thing and you'll manage by science. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Allison Dahlman. I'm a veterinarian. I'm here to speak for the animals who are suffering in these barbaric devices. I support the start date of December 31st to February 14th. You already loosened the rules for their use, but traps and snares do not discriminate. And one may attempt a trap release, but that animal's ability to survive is greatly diminished and suffers because it's allowed to linger trapped beyond the maximum recommended 24 hours, which would be too long for any of us. No traps or snares belong on private land. Grizzlies' hibernation dates vary, so you increase the chances of catching them when you extend trap and snare use times. We love hiking and snowshoeing in Montana, but traps and snares are dangerous to the public and our dogs, as well as the wildlife. Who wants to camp, hike, bike, photograph an estate that's killing the sentient beings we admire and who give wilderness life? Humans create boundaries and usually respect them. Other species don't and can't be expected to. We are at a precipice for wolves, grizzlies, lynx, and other keystone species, but you can demonstrate that you see the big picture, understand the vital roles they play in biodiversity and balanced ecosystems, and protect them for future generations. We have proven that wolves revitalized Yellowstone. You heard the outcry as they have been mercilessly and now easily killed. You know the vast majority of livestock mortality has nothing to do with wolves, and that non-lethal methods are efficacious, cheaper, and have overwhelming public support. Coexistence is where we need to be, and we appreciate your consideration in modifying your quote-unquote wildlife management. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all we have for people on Zoom.
Okay, it looks like we may have one. Yeah, okay, I can't read from here. Okay, Region 1, I guess it is.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, Director Warsick, we do have members of the public here who would like to speak.
There you go, Tom. Thank you. Director Robertson and commission members, my name is Tom Fieber. I'm from the Northwest Montana. I'm president of the Montana Fur Harvesters and a member of the Montana Trapper Association. We certainly don't agree with all of what's going on, but we do respect the commission members and we will support them on what their decision is. We as trapping organizations were concerned with the trapping being allowed this season. We did ask for a delay to give us time to get more education out. And in light of that, we were asked to go ahead and put together a trapping or a snaring program that would get some education out. And thus far, we've had about 11 classes scattered around Western Montana, directly in training with how to snare, to avoid bycatches, and to be safe and responsible. And we're trying to figure out what regulations we need to follow. So we still have 2 more classes coming up. And I expect that we'll reach over 300 trappers by the end of next week that have attended these classes and viewed the videos on this. We did bring in trappers from out of state, from Idaho, that have had 10 years of experience in trapping. So we take this personally very important to us, the education aspect of trapping. And I would like to thank the commissioners for working to do what they can, and we do support you. Thank you.
Thank you, and also thank you for the work on the training. Oh, okay. So there isn't another one in Region 1?
My apologies. That's all we got up here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have someone in Region 2?
Yes, we do.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Cook, and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. Let's see this for what it is. We're here today because of the department's disregard for a past agreement that they made to avoid litigation for grizzly bears and lynx. Clearly, this proposal doesn't go far enough. The territories need to be expanded. The time to trap and snare needs to be shortened. I would encourage any one of the commissioners to put forth a proposal or an amendment to lessen the breakaway tension on snares. With this type of mismanagement, we will continue to resist the delisting of grizzly bears and the present state mismanagement. We are actively promoting the relisting of wolves at relistwolves.org. I encourage every commissioner and Madam Chair to check out our webpage. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and please do not support the future killing of our wolves. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers at any of the regions?
I just gotta hit the right button. Yeah, Commissioners, my name's John Wilson. I'm a trapper from Bonner, Montana, and I belong to several conservation groups. I'm against adjusting these dates. The first Monday after Thanksgiving should be the start date. We have had 2 issues with grizzly bears since the start of trapping 9 years ago, with the date starting on December 15th. For the last 9 years, keep the start date the first Monday after Thanksgiving. I'd also like to say there's been 8 grizzly bears killed by trains in 1 year. We didn't adjust train times. There's been 10 grizzly bears killed by vehicles. We didn't shut down highways. We don't shut the highways down, so let us keep trapping and start our date on November 29th so we can get out there and get some of these wolves managed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further commenters at any of the regional offices? Okay, it doesn't look like it. And are we out of callers still?
Madam Chair, we do have one more on Zoom.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Justin Webb. I'm the Executive Director for the Foundation for Wildlife Management. The preservation extremist group's concerns for our already overabundant grizzly population causes the commission to adjust wolf trapping seasons. Please utilize prior season dates and consider the lack of previous conflict with the mid-December wolf trapping opener. I'm also certain that you have reviewed input by the wolf snaring communities in lynx prevalent areas of Alaska and Canada, where the data clearly shows that utilizing best management practices of setting snares at 18 inches from the ground eliminates lynx bycatch. Please consider this data as you proceed. Thank you for all you do for our wildlife. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, it looks like we are out of commenters. Is there any, does the commission have any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair, I would just ask that before we vote, whether it be the secretary or someone, I want to make sure that the motion's read back so that there could be no confusion as to the language that was intended by my amendment.
I think, do you go mainly by the audio or the, yeah.
So given that, can I just restate it? Because I want to make sure we seem to have a little bit of a problem when we do this, and this time we got to get it right. So I'm looking specifically at item 1. It should read adjust wolf trapping and snaring opening dates in and near occupied grizzly bear habitat in parens, which will be defined as part of this motion, to a default date of December 31st with potential for readjustment of the opening date by WMU or an aggregation thereof to no earlier then November 29th as determined by considerations, and then it goes on as written. So my addition comes after opening date, and it reads by WMU or an aggregation thereof.
Okay, is there, Commissioner Walsh?
Madam Chair, Mr. Kujal, I have one other question that triggered really by the public feedback, and that is what happens on the back end if we have a mild winter, or I know currently as it stands, we're going to connect if we hit certain quotas on wolf capture, or bags or bag limits of wolves. But what happens if the bears come out early?
Commissioner Walsh, Chair Robinson, and others, to the clarification of the comments and the presentation earlier before we went to comment, the end date is not part of this motion. So barring another commission action that would address that end date would stay regardless of conditions on the ground.
Because that was not noticed, it can't be changed at this meeting, correct?
Chair Robinson, that was not part of the proposal here. It was not put out for public comment.
And go ahead, Commissioner Walsh.
Just a quick follow-up, I guess, if in the unfortunate circumstance of a grizzly bear were trapped, what would happen then?
Commissioner Walsh, Chair Robinson, and others, the piece, Becky Doctor's reminder to all of us that the other pieces of the August 20th adoption stay in place, and those include a visit to the commission should a non-target capture of a single grizzly or a single lynx show up. So whatever else would happen, we would come back to the commission. That venue then offering an opportunity to pick up, identify, put in place changes as the commission might decide.
Any further questions? All right. Guess we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the 2021 wolf trapping and snaring regulation adjustments signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, the only thing we have left on the agenda is public comment for issues not on the agenda. And I just remind you that they have to be issues that were not on the agenda.
Members of the commission, my name is Chris Marchand. Representing myself, I just have two brief subjects that I think are going to come before your December meeting that I want to talk about. And one of them has to do with the biennial season setting, and this is a process, a biennial thing that we do every 2 years. It's compressed in the fall. It's pretty limited participation before we go into that. And normally we don't have any substantial changes. If we do, there are things that have been vetted before the process. This year, we're looking at probably the most comprehensive set of changes that I've ever seen in the last 30 years. And they pretty much came from a top-down approach. There's been very little involvement because it's hard to involve people in the fall. And the thing that I've seen is people have more questions about what's going to be proposed than they have answers. They're confused and they have lots of questions. It's the most highest profile issue that you folks are going to deal with on the commission. And for most of you, this is your first Donnybrook, and it could be a Donnybrook. And I'm not going to advise you where you ought to go on this thing, but I'm telling you, you need to be engaged, because right now the department is trying to finalize where we're going to come up, and they're going to hand you a proposal. And when that proposal comes out before this commission, like it or not, you're going to have to vote on it. You're going to own it. And so if you're going to own it, you ought to be in there helping bake the cake. And that's the only, I'm not going to tell you where I think you ought to be, but I'm going to tell you, you better be involved, because this is a very high profile issue that you're going to be involved in. The second thing, and it kind of involves the same thing, is that shoulder seasons, we have an elk management plan that we adopted 15 years ago. And it told us what we ought to do when we become over objective and significantly over objective. And in 2015, before we could really go down that road, we got a legislative proposal, and that elk plan was a result of science, landowner, and hunting participation. The legislature gave you a proposal that we call shoulder seasons. And we have been using those for 4 years. I'd say they failed. We are 5 and 6 times over objective, and it has failed. And so before you go on, I would suggest that you look and see 6-month seasons are increasingly unpopular with sportsmen and landowners.
Your time is up. If you
And
could
maybe you
just
should
wrap
go
up.
look at that elk plan. Last thing I'd say, there's a Bugle magazine, January, February issue, column called Situation Ethics. Go read it. It has to do about shoulder seasons in Montana. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further commenters that are present today?
Region 2.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. My name is Mark Cook and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. I understand my new commissioner was on a hunt today with a veteran. I'm very disappointed that she couldn't be here and she's missed her first commissioner hearing. Mid-August, Wolves of the Rockies submitted comments for the wolf proposal. Our comments were altered within the department. We have been working with the Director Warshak, to resolve our concerns, but he has failed to respond to the last 2 emails that I've sent him, and I send him 1 email a week, so that's 14 days. This has me concerned. This, in a way, it is bothersome because this isn't just about me. This isn't just my thought. These are the people we represent, not only in Montana, but throughout the United States and the world. And I think no response is not an acceptable answer. At the August 20th Commissioners hearing, the discussion of IPOM came up, the Integrated Patch Occupancy Modeling, and it was brought forth by a senior leader of the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks leadership that IPOM was indeed peer-reviewed. Well, the fact is, it hasn't been peer-reviewed. So I want to set the record straight there. And lastly, I watched yesterday as the commission had their workshop on the bear program that they want to use bear hounding for bears. And I found it very interesting that there's between 300 to 500 hounding people that hunt bears and lions in Montana, and that the commission was very supportive and engaging with these 300 to 500 people. But yet on so many other matters, whether it be wolves, grizzly bears, lynx, and other predators, you have thousands and thousands of people who oppose what's going on. But the department and the commission really doesn't listen.
Your time
Thank you
is
for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Oh, go ahead.
can I
Yes,
respond to that?
yes.
Mr. Cook, this is Director Warsack. As far as your letter that you read to me and your concerns about your comment, I did look into that. I was ready to write you an email yesterday. I thought you would be here today. I did look into it, and what I found out is you accused us when we were in Missouri of changing what you said. I looked through it, there was no changes made. The only difference was we took off your letterhead and we took, well, it was 2 paragraphs, we shrunk it into 1 so it would read easier. That was the only thing that was done. I checked with the secretary on that, and that is SOP on these when they come in with a lot of extraneous letterhead on them. So your name was on the bottom of it, the wording was exactly the same, and that's where it's at. So I apologize that it took me that long to get to you. I did have a death in the family last week, so it is put away now, so I will send an email out when I get back to my office, and you can see the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters?
I'd like to rebuttal.
I know you and the director can discuss it and another time.
Chair Robertson, members of the commission, Director Warsack, we do have a member of the public here in Region 1.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep, Tom Feber again from the Montana Fur Harvesters. I missed the session about the grizzly bear relocation sites. And I think of all the issues that's been brought up over this, that is one of our biggest concerns is expanding that grizzly bear habitat, occupied habitat area. We'd like to see maybe a little more thought given into that, and hopefully we can address it in future meetings. Thank you.
I just want to let you know that we put it out for comment, for public comment, so you can do public comment on it in the next 30 days. So
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters? Do we have anyone online?
No one online right now.
Okay. I just want to thank Ms. Anderson for all the help today. Everything went very smoothly. And thank everyone for coming. And does any of the commissioners have any comments before we close?
I move to adjourn.
Okay. All right. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
So you just got a grocery store by page. You know what? Yeah. Oh, I don't get it anyway, so let me know. Tell me about the, so he's got some relationship with the app. Yeah, he's got to feel hot. So I shouldn't have done that. Right, that's on the park. So, what he obviously was, yeah. Governor's coming. Tim. That's what he wants. Drop a couple F bombs and just do whatever you want, right? He is a unique guy, isn't he? When it comes to that. Super things that I would like to do. Safe travels. They've just been punching pivots. No crash questions later. That is the wrong thing. That's what they've been just putting in pivots now. Yeah. See you back. You too. Okay, good.